Good morning everyone. In this video, we are going to cover the current affairs. For mobile optimized ebooks, please install GKToday Academy app and you can attempt the quiz in this app and you can read detailed explanation. For regular updates, please join our Telegram channel. The link is given in the description box. The revision PDF is uploaded on this Telegram channel. You can subscribe to our another channel if you find it relevant. It is Civils Academy. Now let's start. Which Union Ministry has released the next edition of Foreign Direct Investment Policy document? So, this has been released by Commerce Ministry. What is FDI? It is Foreign Direct Investment, and recently few amendments were done in this policy, and that is why the new document is released by Commerce Ministry. So, DPIIT is the nodal authority in this matter. What is DPIIT? It is Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. So this department is under Commerce Ministry. So last such FDI policy document was released in 2017 and this time this document has released. So this document has been released after a gap of 3 years. DRIP project is associated to which field? So it is associated to dam rehabilitation. The full form of DRIP is Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project. So recently CCEA, that is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, approved DRIP Phase 2 and Phase 3. CCEA is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. It is headed by Prime Minister. The Union Cabinet has approved the signing of MOU between India and which country on cooperation in the field of health and medicine. So recently the agreement was signed between India and Cambodia for the cooperation in the field of health and medicine. So this will strengthen the bilateral ties, that means ties between India and Cambodia, and this agreement shall remain in force for a period of 5 years. Now Cambodia is Asian country. The capital of Cambodia is Phnom Penh. Cochin Shipyard has signed MOU with its counterpart of which country? So this country is Italy, and recently Cochin Shipyard has signed Memorandum of Understanding for Cooperation, and this has been signed with Italy's Fincantieri. So it is one of the world's largest shipbuilding group and it is from Italy. So Cochin Shipyard has signed agreement with this for better cooperation in the field of shipbuilding and maintenance. Who has suspended the Vice Chancellor of DU, Yogesh Tyagi? So he has been suspended by President of India. This is very rare scenario and that is why it is important. So he has been suspended as per the provisions of Delhi University Act on the grounds of misconduct and abuse of power. YSR Raitu Bharosa scheme, which was in news recently, is associated to which state? So it is associated to Andhra Pradesh, and it is a scheme to provide financial assistance to the farmers. So as per this scheme, the farmer families who own cultivable land will be given the assistance of 13,500 rupees per family. Which country has offered its F-18 naval fighter jets for the Indian Navy? So USA has offered its F-18 naval fighter jets for Indian Navy, and this proposal was made during recent 2+2 dialogue. This 2+2 dialogue held in New Delhi. Which country has extended a line of credit of $1 billion to the Central Asian countries? So it has been announced by India, and this financial assistance will be provided for the priority projects in the fields of healthcare, energy, IT infrastructure. Who chaired the 19th meeting of Foreign Trade and Economic Ministers of SCO? So it was chaired by Mr. Piyush Goyal. It was 19th meeting and it was of SCO members. SCO stands for Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Headquarters is in Beijing in China. As per the statement of IMD, which monsoon has completely withdrawn from India? So it is southwest monsoon. See, during the time period of April to September, the direction of winds is like this. That is from southwest. So it will create rainfall in these areas. And during the time period of October to March, the direction of winds is this way. So this will cause rainfall in the eastern side of India. So this northeast monsoon is also known as retreating monsoon. Which body along with the Ministry of Power has launched Electricity Assess in India and Benchmarking Distribution Utilities Report. So this has been released by Niti Aayog. And for this, Niti Aayog collaborated with Ministry of Power, with Smart Power India and with Rockefeller Foundation. Which state has decided to launch a special campaign for focused group COVID testing? So this has been decided by Uttar Pradesh. So the festive season is coming, and to break the chain of coronavirus, the special campaign has been started by Uttar Pradesh government for COVID testing. Who represented India in the 10th India-UK Economic and Financial Dialogue? So our Finance Minister represented India in this 10th India-UK Economic and Financial Dialogue. For better collaboration between India and UK, we have UK IBC, that is UK India Business Council. Sardar Patel Zoological Park, which was seen in news recently, is located in which state of India? So it is located in Gujarat. Recently, Prime Minister inaugurated the Sardar Patel Zoological Park, and it is also known as Jungle Safari, and it is in Kevadia in Narmada district of Gujarat. Privileged partnership is associated in the Joint Commission meeting between India and which country? So it is between India and Mexico. Recently, 8th joint meeting of India and Mexico was organized through video conferencing. And from our side, our External Affairs Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, participated. Which body has launched National Program and Project Management Policy Framework for Infrastructure Sector along with QCI? So it is Niti Aayog. So this National Program and Project Management Policy Framework intends to reform in the way infrastructure projects are being executed in our country. So this will speed up the implementation of infrastructure projects. Which technology major has announced to launch a virtual private network services for its consumers? So it has been announced by Google. Usually the VPN is used to bypass the restrictions on internet. Suppose some country has banned some websites, so these websites are accessed with the help of VPN, that is virtual private networks. Which Indian state or union territory has approved over 40 crore to provide insurance to the lawyers? So it has been approved by Delhi government. So it is an initiative to provide insurance to the lawyers. So as per this new provision, 5 lakh rupees medical insurance is provided and 10 lakh rupees life insurance is provided to the lawyers. And this is being provided under CM Advocates Welfare Scheme. Which armed force successfully test-fired its anti-ship missile in Bay of Bengal from the guided missile corvette INS Cora? So it is done by Indian Navy. It successfully test-fired its anti-ship missile from its guided missile corvette INS Cora. Which typhoon has recently hit Vietnam? So it is Molave. Actually, this typhoon has hit both Vietnam and Philippines. The government has mandated BIS mark for the production, sale, import and trade of which product? So it is for leather footwear. So now, as per the new notification, no leather footwear can be produced, sold, traded, imported or even stocked unless they have this BIS mark. And this notification has been issued by DPIIT. DPIIT stands for Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. The Supreme Court has extended the timeline for implementation of Permanent Commission to women SSC officers in which armed force? So it is related to Indian Navy. Actually, in March 2020, Supreme Court had ruled that Indian Navy should provide Permanent Commission for women, and Supreme Court asked the central government to implement the same within 3 months. But because of this pandemic situation, everything was delayed, and now Supreme Court of India has extended the timeline till December 31st, 2020. That means by this date, this should be implemented mandatorily. Which draft bill has been recently released by Union Shipping Ministry? So it is Coastal Shipping Bill. Recently it was released by Union Shipping Ministry. SERB Power scheme has been launched by government targeting which segment? So it is for women scientists. An SCRB power scheme has been recently launched by Ministry of Science and Technology for women scientists. So the idea is to encourage women to work in the field of science and technology. The government has extended income tax exemption under LTC, that is Leave Travel Concession Cash Voucher Scheme, to which segment? So it has been extended for non-central government employees. Antrix Corporation, that was seen in news recently, is the commercial arm of which organization? So it is the commercial arm of ISRO, and ISRO is under DOS, that is Department of Space. Now, why recently this Antrix Corporation was in news? Actually, recently a US court ordered that Antrix corporations should pay compensation of $1.2 billion to a company named Devas Multimedia. This Devas Multimedia is a Bengaluru-based company. As per the ESSER, that is Annual Status of Education Report, what percentage of the surveyed children had access to live online classes? So only 11% had access to the live online classes. And this is based on ESSER report. ESSER stands for Annual Status of Education Report. Which Indian state has been adjudged the best governed state in the Public Affairs Index of 2020? So this is Kerala. Recently this Public Affairs Index was released, and as per this index, Kerala is the top performing state. That means Kerala is the best governed state. And this index is released by PAC, that is Public Affairs Center. Tiger Shark's squadron, which was in use for the test fire of BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, is based in which state? So it is related to Tamil Nadu. As recently IAF, that is Indian Air Force, successfully test fired air version of BrahMos missile. It is a supersonic cruise missile, and recently it was test fired from Sukhoi fighter aircraft. And this aircraft belongs to Tiger Shark squadron, and this Tiger Shark squadron is associated to Tamil Nadu. Arambh is associated with which set of beneficiaries? So it is related to civil service probationers, and it is an integrated foundation course for the civil servants. And the name of this initiative is Arambh, and it was launched in 2019. Which country was the largest source of permanent residents in Canada last year? So this country is India. Recently, annual report on immigration was tabled in the Parliament of Canada, and as per that, Indian immigrants accounted for 1/4 of the total permanent residencies granted by Canada. Has launched a mega scheme to dredge 10,000 kilometers of riverways. So this is Bangladesh. What is the meaning of this term dredge? It means removing waste material from the river. The government of India has decided to import which vegetable to control its prices? So it is potato, and government is going to import 30,000 tons of potato from Bhutan. Which country has recently conducted a referendum for euthanasia? So this country is New Zealand, and approximately 65.2% people voted in the favor of euthanasia. Who was the first actor to play James Bond on the big screen? So he was Sean Connery, and he was in news because he passed away recently. He was a Scottish actor, that means from Scotland. Which organization has launched Inflation Expectations Survey of Households, that is IESH? So this has been released by Reserve Bank of India. Which body has released a draft model act and rules on the conclusive land titling? So this is released by Niti Aayog, that is National Institution for Transforming India. It is an executive body. Prime Minister is the ex officio chairperson of Niti Aayog, and it is the successor of Planning Commission. Which organization has stated that remittances to India are going to fall this year by 9%? So this has been announced by World Bank. Remittances means when Indians work in another country and when they send money back to India. This is remittance for us. So as per World Bank estimation, we are going to witness 9% fall in the remittances. Which Indian state has launched a scheme for the distribution of fortified rice. So this has been announced by Chhattisgarh government. The Chief Minister is Bhupesh Baghel. So through PDS, that is Public Distribution System, what amount has been released as the second tranche to 16 states and 3 union territories for GST compensation? So the amount is 6,000 crore rupees. Now what is this GST compensation? See, when GST was introduced, at that point of time, some states were against it. So to assure them that they are not going to face revenue shortfall, the central government mentioned that if GST revenue collection growth is going to be below 14%, then central government will pay them the compensation. So that is why this compensation clause was in use. 14% per year. That was the targeted growth for GST collection. Which Indian state is the first to launch a project for free internet for poor families and public offices? So this has been proposed by Kerala, and Kerala is the first state in our country to do so. Which institution has developed an online 1-minute game to create awareness about COVID-19? So this is IITM COVID game by IIT Madras. So this has created 1-minute digital game to spread awareness about coronavirus. And this game is inspired from the popular game Super Mario. Which category of transaction has crossed 2 billion mark in the month of October? So it is UPI. So UPI payments crossed the mark of 2 billion in the month of October. What is UPI? It is Unified Payments Interface. Which Union Ministry along with Invest India is to set up a strategic policy and facilitation bureau? So this is Ministry of Ayush, and with the help of Invest India, it is going to set up this strategic policy and facilitation bureau. Now what is this Invest India? It is the National Investment Promotion Body. That means the objective is to promote investment in our country. Sanjeet, who won the Alexis Weststein tournament, is associated with which sports? So he is associated to boxing. Recently he was in news because he has won gold medal in 91 kg category in boxing. On which date the states of Kerala, Haryana, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Karnataka were formed? So it is 1st of November. Now on 1st of November, several states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Haryana, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka were formed. So this is celebrated as the statehood day in these states. Which ministry has released the draft rules for the Industrial Relations Code 2020? So this has been released by Ministry of Labour and Employment. So as per this new draft, labor unions should give prior notice before a strike. That means if they are planning a strike, they need to give prior notice to the employer. IISc Bengaluru has signed Memorandum of Understanding with which organization to develop biomass gasification based hydrogen generation technology? So it is hydrogen generation technology based on biomass gasification. And for that purpose, IISc Bengaluru signed agreement with IOC, that is Indian Oil Corporation Limited. So two institutions signed agreement. One is Indian Oil Corporation Limited, another one is IISc Bengaluru. What they are going to do? They are going to develop hydrogen generation technology. How they are going to do it? It is going to be based on biomass gasification. Which country has hosted the BRICS Business Forum 2020? So for this year, Russia is the chair of BRICS. So all the meetings will be under Russia. What is BRICS? It is Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. Answer in comment box which country is the latest entrant in this BRICS grouping. That means which country joined it in the last. So Russia was also in news because of its second corona vaccine, and it is Epivac Corona. The first foreign sovereign wealth fund which was notified by the finance ministry is associated to which country? So it is associated to UAE, that is United Arab Emirates, and it is first foreign sovereign wealth fund which has been notified by the finance ministry, and it is MIC Redwood 1 RSC Limited. So recently UAE was also in news because of IPL tournament. It was also in news because of Abraham Accord. So it was signed with Israel. Which e-commerce giant has recently acquired mobile gaming startup MacMocha. So this has been done by Flipkart. So recently Flipkart acquired this MacMocha, and this MacMocha runs the first live social gaming platform, and it is named Hello Play. So this Hello Play is the first live social gaming platform. Which Indian airport has launched an on-site COVID-19 testing laboratory? So this has been announced by GMR Hyderabad International Airport. So now the passengers will have an option to get themselves tested on their arrival. Now recently one more airport was in news, and it is Rupsi Airport. So this airport is in Assam. Why it was in news? Because it has been redeveloped and now it is ready to commence the flight operations under Udan scheme. What is this Udan scheme? It is Uday Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. So it is a scheme by Ministry of Civil Aviation. Rutuja Bhosle, who was seen in news recently, is associated to which sports? So Rutuja Bhosle is associated to tennis, as she recently won singles title in women's tennis tournament, and this tournament held in Egypt. So it was a $15,000 ITF event. This event was organized in Egypt. As per the recent report released by Worldwide Fund for Nature, how many Indian cities will face water risk in the next few decades? So as per this recent report, the name of this report is Water Risk Filter Report. 30 Indian cities will face the risk of water in next few decades, and this report is by Worldwide Fund for Nature. Which organization has launched MSME Credit Health Index along with the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation? So this has been launched by TransUnion Civil. So TransUnion Civil in association with MOSPI launched this MSME Credit Health Index. So this index is based on the credit data from different banking institutions and other lending institutions. The Business Expectation Survey is conducted by which body? So this is conducted by NCAER, that is National Council for Applied Economic Research. Now recently this survey was conducted, and as per this survey the Business Confidence Index, that is BCI, is increasing. Which body has issued a notice to Ministry of Environment and Forest regarding ban on the use of firecrackers? So this has been sent by NGT, that is National Green Tribunal. Now it is important to note that Rajasthan and Odisha government have already banned the firecrackers, citing health issues. So now NGT has issued a notice to Environment Ministry regarding the ban. Which state has got the Accelerator for Electronics Technologies for nurturing the high-tech startups? So this ACE initiative has been launched by Kerala government. Why it has been launched? To provide support to the high-tech startups. And for that purpose, KSUM has collaborated with CDAC. DOP, that is Department of Post, has released what product to commemorate the Golden Jubilee of Department of Science and Technology? So it has released special postal cover. Recently, Department of Post was also in news as it released commemorative postage stamps on the occasion of 75th year of United Nations. Which organization has signed agreement with Ministry of New and Renewable Energy for setting key targets for the year? So IREDA, that is Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, has signed agreement with MNRE, that is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, to set up the key targets which are to be achieved in the upcoming year. How much financial aid has been released by the central government to the 15 states for air quality improvement? So the amount is 2,200 crore rupees, and it is based on the recommendation by 15th Finance Commission. Raja Krishnamurthy, who has been re-elected to the legislature of which country for the third time? So he is related to USA, as he has been re-elected to the US Congress, and he is of Indian origin, and he is associated to Democrats. In India, he is associated to Tamil Nadu. In which city the Tourist Facilitation Center has been inaugurated under Prasad scheme? So it has been inaugurated virtually in Guruvayur in Kerala. This has been done under Prasad scheme. Prasar Bharati has signed MOU with which union ministry to launch over 50 education channels. So for this purpose, Prasar Bharati has signed agreement with MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. To be specific, Prasar Bharati signed MOU with Bhaskaracharya National Institute for Space Applications and Geoinformatics, and this institute is under MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. COVID-19 Shri Shakti Challenge, which was seen in news recently, is organized by MyGov in collaboration with which organization? So this is UN Women. What was the intention behind this collaboration? Intention was to promote or to encourage the women-led startups so that they can find innovative solutions to tackle COVID-19. So idea was to promote women-headed startups, and for this purpose MyGov collaborated with UN Women. The Union Cabinet has given its approval for signing a Memorandum of Understanding with which country in the field of medical product regulation as well as in the field of ICT. So this country is UK, that is United Kingdom. And for this purpose, from Indian side, CDSCO is going to collaborate. What is CDSCO? It is Central Drugs Standard Control Organization. What is the theme of 13th Urban Mobility India Conference, which was to be organized by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs? So the theme was Emerging Trends in Urban Mobility. So this was 13th Urban Mobility India Conference organized by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Present Minister is Hardeep Singh Puri. As per a study by the researchers of Washington University School of Medicine, which part of human body is resistant to SARS-CoV-2 infection? So it is cornea. So cornea of human eye is resistant to this virus infection as per the researchers of Washington University School of Medicine. It is important to note that so far it is not clearly known why it is so. In which body was the resolution of Convention on the Prohibition of Use of Nuclear Weapons adopted recently? So recently UNGA, that is United Nations General Assembly, adopted two resolutions sponsored by India, and these two resolutions are Convention on Prohibition of Use of Nuclear Weapons and Reducing Nuclear Danger. So these resolutions were drafted by India and recently these were adopted. Which country has recently commenced operations of its first nuclear power plant? So this country is Belarus. It is a landlocked country in Europe and recently it has commenced operations of its first nuclear power plant. It is Ostrovets plant. What is the name of new indigenously built ship commissioned in the Indian Coast Guard? So it is ICG C452. What is Indian Coast Guard? It is for our coastal security. It is under MOD, that is Ministry of Defense. Which insurance company has launched the artificial intelligence based tool Ideas? So it has been launched by SDFC Ergo General Insurance. So what is the full form of this Ideas? It stands for Intelligent Damage Detection, Estimation and Assessment Solution. So as the name suggests, it is related to motor insurance claims. India has approved a MOU with which country in the field of astrophysics? So it is Spain, and recently MOU was approved between IIA, that is Indian Institute of Astrophysics in Bengaluru, and its counterpart in Spain. Recently Spain was in news because of COP25, that is Conference of Parties number 25. It is related to UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The Election Commission of which country has organized International Virtual Election Visitors Program? So this was organized by India, and in India it was organized by ECI, that is Election Commission of India. So it is organized for different election management bodies in the world. Now, Election Commission is a constitutional organization. That means it is mentioned in the Constitution. As per the Article 324 of Indian Constitution, this Election Commission was constituted. Which Indian state has issued warning against hunting of migratory birds, especially Amur falcons? So this decision was taken by Tripura. It is important to note that the state of Nagaland had already issued guidelines to protect these migratory birds. Which Indian city is set to host a virtual Tech Summit in the month of November. So the 23rd edition of Bengaluru Tech Summit will be organized virtually. This is going to be the 23rd edition, and this will be organized by State Government of Karnataka in association with Government of India. Food Price Index is released by which organization? So it is released by FAO, that is Food and Agriculture Organization. It is an organization of United Nations. Headquarter is in Rome in Italy. So this organization released Food Price Index. Which organization has launched Go Electric campaign in Andhra Pradesh? So this campaign has been launched by BEE, that is Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and this BEE is under Ministry of Power. So the objective of this initiative is to promote the infrastructure for charging station. Charging stations are for electric vehicles. Char Chakori is associated to which state or union territory? So this term is associated to Assam. Actually, Char Chaporis are the shifting riverine islands, and these are shifting riverine islands of Brahmaputra River, and they are inhabited by the Muslims of Bengal origin, and these are popularly known as Miyas. Visa has partnered with which bank to deploy PCI certified tap to phone card acceptance solution? So Visa has partnered with SDFC Bank to provide for this tap to phone card acceptance solution. Which international organization has created 2 new services to facilitate cybercrime related communication? So this is Interpol, that is International Police. The headquarters of Interpol is in Lyon in France. Which country has recently announced a plan to ease foreign workers' contractual restrictions? So this was announced by Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia is also known for its controversial sponsorship system, Kafala system. So please read about this Kafala system. Which ministry has launched Nurturing Neighborhoods Challenge? So this has been launched by MHUA, that is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The objective intends to improve the quality of life of young children, caregivers and families. So this is a 3-year challenge, and it would be for 100 smart cities and for cities with a population more than 5 lakh in case of state or union territories capitals. Which state has awarded 25,000 land pattas to refugee population of the state? It is West Bengal. So recently state government announced various welfare schemes for SC, ST and for refugees, and one of them is to provide land pattas to refugee colonies. So the state government announced total 1,25,000 land pattas to refugees, and out of which 25,000 pattas were given by the Chief Minister recently. What is Pinaka Mk1? So it is missile system. Recently it was successfully tested by DRDO. DRDO is Defense Research and Development Organization. Recently DRDO successfully tested anti-radiation missile Rudram. DRDO was also in news because of Nag. So Nag are anti-tank missile. DRDO was also in news because of Dare to Dream contest. DRDO is under Ministry of Defense. In which country a 500-meter high coral reef has been discovered for the first time in 120 years? So this country is Australia, and this has been discovered in the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. So 2 important names. First, Great Barrier Reef. Second is the name of research vessel. So the name of research vessel was Falkor, and the name of underwater robot was Sebastian. So these terms can be asked directly, that this term is associated to which field? How many countries are associated with the Nordic Baltic Cooperation Framework? So total 8 countries are associated with this. So Baltic countries are Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, as you can see in the map. Now why recently these countries were in news? Because of first India Nordic Baltic Conclave, and recently our Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar addressed this meeting. Which state has recently become a part of Padhna Likhna Abhiyan program, that is reading and writing campaign? So this state is Kerala. So now the state of Kerala will receive funding from central government under this campaign. The objective of this program is to ensure complete literacy in the country by 2030. Who has been appointed as the chairperson of Commission on Delhi Air Quality Management? So, Mr. M.M. Kutty has been appointed as the chairperson of this Commission on Delhi Air Quality Management. Now, in the context of Delhi Air Quality Management, few other terms were in news. These are GRAP, that is Graded Response Action Plan, EPCA, that is Environment Pollution Prevention and Control Authority. Then recently, Delhi government announced Yudh Pradushan Ke Virudh campaign, that means fight against pollution. And then recently NGT, that is National Green Tribunal, banned sale and use of firecrackers in Delhi NCR. The Space Research Organization of which country has spotted radio burst for the first time in Milky Way? So it was spotted by NASA, that is the space agency of USA. NASA stands for National Aeronautics and Space Administration. So in Milky Way galaxy, it was spotted for the first time. That is, radio burst was spotted for the first time. When the International Day for Preventing the Exploitation of Environment in War and Armed Conflict is observed. So it is on 6th of November. On the other hand, on 8th of November, World Urbanism Day is celebrated. It is also known as World Town Planning Day. The Oil India Limited has brought in a snubbing unit from which country to tackle the Baghjan oil field blowout. So this oil field is in Assam and we have got a snubbing unit from Canada. The snubbing unit is a special technology which will help in tackling the blowout in Baghjan oil field. So this oil field is in Assam. Which body has asked the government of India to regulate the use of disinfectants on human beings? So this is Supreme Court. Actually, even though Centre has issued directions that spray of disinfectant on human body is not recommended, still these directions are not being followed seriously. So that is why Supreme Court stated that Centre should take necessary steps in this context. Which organization has rolled out the co-lending model for priority sector lending? So this has been announced by our central bank, that is Reserve Bank of India. Now, under this new initiative, the banks can enter into prior agreement with NBFC, that is non-banking finance companies, for co-lending of priority sector loans. Which international organization has decided to hold a meeting on 1st of December 2020 to commemorate the victims of Second World War? So this was decided by UNGA, that is United Nations General Assembly, and this resolution was drafted by Russia. Recently, United Nations was in news because of its 75 years. The current president of UNGA is Volkan Bozkır and he is a diplomat from Turkey. Satwahanam, which was in news recently, is a program related to which field? So it was a literary festival and recently it was launched by Vice President Mr. M. Venkaiah Naidu. India has hosted the 5th joint working group on coal with which country? So this country is Indonesia. Now, if we talk about coal sector, our target for coal gasification is 100 million ton of coal gasification by 2030. Who are the beneficiaries of One Rank, One Pension scheme which was in news recently? So it is a scheme for armed forces veterans. Why this scheme was in news recently? Because recently it completed 5 years. IMD, that is India Meteorological Department, is going to issue forecast for the outbreak of which disease? So it is going to issue forecast for the outbreak of malaria disease and it will be done from next monsoon season. Which Indian company has partnered with Karnataka government to modernize 150 ITIs with an outlay of 4600 crores? So for this purpose, Tata Technologies has partnered with Karnataka government for the modernization of ITIs. Which state has won award from the World Travel Mart London for exemplary activities during COVID-19? So the state of Kerala won the award for its activities to promote responsible tourism during COVID-19, and Kerala's responsible tourism mission won the award in the category of meaningful connections. Which technology company has launched a new small and medium businesses guide in our country? So this has been announced by Facebook. So this will be helpful for small and medium businesses. Facebook was also in news because of its entity WhatsApp. WhatsApp is the entity of Facebook, and recently WhatsApp got approval for WhatsApp Pay. It got approval from NPCI. Tigray region, which was in news recently, is in which country? So it is in Ethiopia. As you can see in the map, this is Ethiopia. This is the capital of Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and this is the Tigray region. It is the region in the northern side of Ethiopia. Now why it was in news? Because of TPLF. What is TPLF? It is Tigray People's Liberation Front. Which union ministry has launched the Hajj 2021 guidelines? So these has been released by MOMA, that is Ministry of Minority Affairs. Present minister is Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi. Now what is Hajj? Hajj is the annual Islamic pilgrimage to Makkah. Makkah is in Saudi Arabia. Which state has topped the National Water Awards 2019 under Best State category? So Tamil Nadu won the Best State category award in National Water Awards. So these awards were by Jal Shakti Ministry, and Tamil Nadu is followed by Maharashtra and Rajasthan in the water management. What is the issue price of 8th tranche of sovereign gold bond scheme? So the issue price is 5177. Recently, this scheme was opened for subscription from 9th of November to 13th of November, and this is 8th tranche. Which team has bagged the first prize in Government Techthon 2020? So it was won by Fit for Future. So this Government Techthon was organized by IEEE in association with NIC and Oracle. This NIC is under MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. IFFCO Bazaar has partnered with which platform for integration of making wide range of agricultural products accessible to farmers? So this has been announced by SBI Yono Krishi. So both IFFCO Bazaar and SBI Yono Krishi decided to collaborate so that agricultural products can be made accessible to the farmers. What type of transportation was inaugurated by Indian Prime Minister between Hazira and Ghogha in Gujarat? So this was a RoPax ferry service. Please note down these places. These are important. Hazira and Ghogha, and these are in Gujarat. Who has been elected to United Nations Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budget Questions? So Indian diplomat Vidisha Mehta has been elected to this ACABQ, that is Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Questions. What is the name of Earth observation satellite launched by ISRO? So the name of satellite is EOS-01, and this was launched by ISRO. This was launched through PSLV C-49. What is PSLV? It is Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. As per the recent statement from United Nations, 9 million people are at the risk of displacement in which country? So this country is Ethiopia. The capital of Ethiopia is Addis Ababa. Sarnath Light and Sound Show has been inaugurated by Prime Minister in which state? So this was inaugurated in Uttar Pradesh, and this was done by Prime Minister. The model of anti-satellite missile system has been inaugurated in which city? So it has been inaugurated in New Delhi. This was done by Union Defence Minister, and present Union Defence Minister is Mr. Rajnath Singh. So he inaugurated this at DRDO headquarters in New Delhi. What is DRDO? It is Defense Research and Development Organization. So in 2019, DRDO conducted ASAT missile test. What is ASAT? It is anti-satellite missile test. Which Indian company has launched the world's first CRISPR-Cas9 based diagnostic tool, Check? So the name of this tool is Check, and it is world's first CRISPR-Cas9 based COVID-19 testing. Now this CRISPR-Cas9 is related to DNA editing, and this has been done by Tata Medical and Diagnostic, and for that purpose it has collaborated with CSIR IGIB. What is IGIB? It is Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. Shusha is located in which country? So it is a cultural city located near the Nagorno-Karabakh region, and this is a disputed area between Armenia and Azerbaijan. A detailed video on this topic is already uploaded on Civils Academy channel. You can watch it by clicking the I button here. Now, there is a dispute between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and dispute is related to this Nagorno-Karabakh region. Now, the Sasha city is considered as a part of Azerbaijan, but it is populated and controlled by the ethnic Armenians. Which state is set to withdraw a section of its force from the border with Assam. So, this was done by Mizoram, and in place of the local state security forces, BSF will be deployed. What is BSF? It is Border Security Force. So recently there was a meeting, and this meeting was chaired by Home Secretary. Who is present Union Home Secretary? He is Ajay Kumar Bhalla. Crown Prince Akishino has been proclaimed as the first in line as heir to the throne in which country? So it is Japan. Crown Prince Akishino is the younger brother of Emperor Naruhito. So he is the monarch of Japan. Now please read the difference between monarch and republic. So he is the monarch of Japan. Which bank has launched National Common Mobility debit card with the special features like tap and go and offline wallet? So it has been launched by Karnataka Bank. Karnataka Bank is Mangaluru based bank. So this National Common Mobility debit card is a RuPay card. What is RuPay? It is a card payment service which is launched by NPCI. What is NPCI? It is National Payment Corporation of India. Recently, NPCI was in news because it launched artificial intelligence based chatbot, and the name of this chatbot is PAI. Recently, NPCI was also in news as it approved WhatsApp Pay. So it is a payment service launched by WhatsApp. Who has recently held a policy consultation with the Indian diaspora regarding India's science, technology and innovation policy? So, this consultation was under the chairmanship of Dr. Harshvardhan. He is the present Science and Technology Minister. Now, what is the meaning of this term? Diaspora. It means Indian people who are living in the different parts of world. Which state has launched Aadhaar enrollment drive for the students of state? So, this has been launched by Assam government. Aadhaar is unique identity and it is provided by UIDAI. That is Unique Identification Authority of India. So it is under MEITY. Now recently, Assam was also in news because of Tejpur Lychee, as recently it got GI tag. GI stands for Geographical Indication. Which country has recently brought major relaxation in Islamic laws? So this country is UAE, and after these relaxations, it allowed unmarried couples to cohabitate. That means to live together. It also lifted some restrictions on alcohol and it criminalized honor killings. So this is being seen as the impact of Western culture in UAE. Megascope, which was in news recently, has been launched by which organization? So it has been launched by IIT Alumni Council, and the name of this initiative is Megascope. So this will include data analysis, testing and genomics to diagnose infections. So it is for diagnosis of infections. A life-sized statue of Swami Vivekananda was inaugurated by Prime Minister in which state or union territory? So it was inaugurated in New Delhi, and it was inaugurated in the campus of JNU, that is Jawaharlal Nehru. So this was a statue of Swami Vivekananda. Now every year on 11th of September, the Universal Brotherhood Day is celebrated, and it is celebrated because on this day in 1893, World Parliament of Religions was organized, and this was organized in Chicago. Chicago is in USA. Which company is going to organize a virtual event named One More Thing? So it is an event by Apple. So Apple is American multinational company. The headquarters of Apple is in California. It is in USA. Recently USA was in news because of 2+2 dialogue. And during this event, India and USA decided to sign BECA. What word has been selected as the Collins Dictionary Word of the Year 2020? So the word is lockdown. Now it is important to note that this Collins Dictionary is printed and published by HarperCollins. and it is published in Glasgow. Now the next COP, that is Conference of Parties, number 26 is going to be in Glasgow, and it is associated to UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Aung San Suu Kyi led party has clinched second time parliamentary election victory in which country? So C is associated to Myanmar, and name of her party is NLD, that is National League for Democracy. How many coal mines have been auctioned by the central government recently? So 19 coal mines were opened for the auction recently, and this is expected to generate a revenue of 7,000 crores per annum. Now, it is important to note that coal mining in our country is governed by two major laws. One is MMDRA, that is Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act of 1957. Ministry of Power has issued notification to cover which organization under the Energy Conservation Act of 2001. So now, power discoms, that is power distribution companies, are under Energy Conservation Act of 2001. And in this context, Ministry of Power has issued notification. Recently, this Power Ministry was also in news because of I Commit campaign. So this campaign was for energy conservation or energy efficiency. And this was launched on the occasion of World Environment Day. Environment Day is on 5th of June. Who represented India in the first BRICS Finance Ministers and Central Bank Governors meeting? So, our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman represented India in this first BRICS Finance Ministers and Central Bank Governors meeting. BRICS stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. And BRICS members formed a bank, and it is New Development Bank, that is NDB. Recently, this bank was in news as Marcus Trojo became the new president of this bank. The headquarters of this New Development Bank is in Shanghai. Shanghai is in China. Which IT major is set to acquire 100% stakes in Postbank System AG? So, TCS is going to acquire 100% shares of a Postbank Systems AG. It is IT service provider. Now, what is TCS? It is Tata Consultancy Services. COAT, that is Cellular Operators Association of India, which was seen in news recently, is set to host which famous conference? So the name of event is the India Mobile Congress, and it will be organized in December, and it is going to be the 4th edition, and it will be hosted virtually. And this event is jointly organized by DOT, that is Department of Telecommunications, in association with COAT, that is Cellular Operators Association of India. TMT, that is 30-meter telescope, is proposed to be set up in which island? So, it is proposed to be set up in Hawaii Islands. This TMT is world's largest visible light telescope, and it is proposed to be set up in Mauna Kea in Hawaii Island, and it is in USA. Which state has announced to withdraw general consent to CBI, that is Central Bureau of Investigation? So, recently Punjab also decided to withdraw the general consent given to CBI. Now, it became the 6th state to do so. Apart from Punjab, recently Kerala, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh did so. Now, it means CBI can investigate the cases, but in order to register the FIR in that particular state, it needs the permission of that state government. India announced to support the candidature of Abdullah Shahid, the foreign minister of which country, for the presidency of 2021 of United Nations General Assembly. So, he is the foreign minister of Maldives. It is important to note that for this year, that means for 2020, Volkan Bozkir is the president, and Volkan Bozkir is from Turkey. The index named MPAX is associated to which set of people? So, it is related to migrant laborers, and recently this MPAX, that is Interstate Migrant Policy Index, was released, and it has been developed by India Migration Now. So, it is a non-for-profit organization, and the headquarters of this organization is in Mumbai, and recently it released this impacts. And as per this report, Kerala and Goa are the top performers in terms of integration of migrants. Internal market bill is associated to which country? So it is associated to UK, that is United Kingdom. The Prime Minister of UK is Boris Johnson. So this internal market bill is designed to protect the trade between four nations of Britain after the Brexit. What is Brexit? It means exit of Britain from European Union. Recently, UK was also in news because of 10th Economic and Financial Dialogue. So this dialogue was organized between India and UK. Prime Minister is the co-chairperson of India-ASEAN Summit along with the head of which country? So along with the Prime Minister of Vietnam, Prime Minister Modi is the co-chair of India-ASEAN Summit. Now ASEAN is Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and ASEAN was formed through Bangkok Declaration of 1967, and the headquarters of ASEAN is in Jakarta. As per the recent study by National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the coral reefs of which country is found to have degraded significantly. So the coral reef of USA degraded significantly, and this was found out by a study of National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And as per this study, the coral reef of the coast of Florida in USA are most degraded, with only 2% are remaining. Which special day was celebrated on 10th of November with the theme of Science for and with Society? So 10th of November was celebrated as World Science Day for Peace and Development, and the theme was Science for and with Society. Now, in the context of science, recently S&T Minister of India, that is Science and Technology Minister of India, Dr. Harshvardhan, started consultation with Indian diaspora so that Indian diaspora can contribute to India's STIP, that is Science, Technology and Innovation Policy. The Union Cabinet approved PLI, that is Production Linked Incentive Scheme, worth up to Rupee 1.46 lakh crore for how many sectors? So it has been approved for 10 sectors. As the name suggests, PLI is incentive linked with production. So the idea is to increase the production, to boost India's manufacturing sector and to boost our exports. It is important to note that recently fresh initiatives were announced under Atmanirbhar Bharat 3.0, and as per this initiative, 1.2 lakh crore were announced approximately for job creation and to support the economic activity and to revive the economic growth in our country. So this PLI initiative is also the part of this announcement. What is ORF3D, which was in news recently? So it is a coronavirus gene, and it was discovered recently. This gene is expected to contribute the unique biology and pandemic potential, and this may be helpful in the development of new vaccine. Now recently, for vaccine, COVID Suraksha Mission was in news, and it is an initiative for the development of vaccine by India. And recently, Finance Ministry announced grant of 900 crores for DBT, that is Department of Biotechnology, for the development of new vaccine. From which date the GST invoicing will be mandatory for any firm whose turnover exceeds 100 crore rupees. So from 1st of January 2021, it is mandatory. Recently, CBIC issued notification in this context. What is CBIC? It is Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. So previously this limit was 500 crore rupees. Now it is 100 crore. That means the companies who have turnover more than 100 crore, for them it is mandatory to have GST invoice, and it is mandatory from 1st of January 2021. Typhoon Vamko was in news in the context of which country? So it was in news because of Philippines, as it was expected to hit the eastern side of Philippines. Now recently Philippines was also in news because of Shambhu S. Kumaran. So he is India's ambassador to Philippines. What is the abbreviation of IBSC, which was in news recently? So IBSC stands for India, Brazil and South Africa. And if we consider Russia and China, then it will be BRICS. So recently IBSC report was launched, and it was for increasing the cooperation between IBSA countries. And the report was launched by MEA Secretary. MEA stands for Ministry of External Affairs. So MEA Secretary Rahul Chabda launched this report. India has gifted 20 fully trained military horses to which country? So this country is Bangladesh. So recently, India gifted 20 fully trained military horses and 10 mine detection dogs to Bangladesh Army. So these are the trained animals which are going to be very helpful for the Bangladesh Army. Hunar Haat is a flagship program of which ministry? So it is a program of Ministry of Minority Affairs. The objective is to create employment opportunities. So recently, Hunar Haat was organized in New Delhi and the theme was Vocal for Local. That means promote local products. Which economic measure of India grew positively by 0.2% after a contraction of 6 months? So it is IIP, that is Index of Industrial Production. Now, this is a composite indicator that specifies our industrial production, and this index is compiled and published by CSO. The CSO is under MOSPI, that is Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. After WhatsApp, which social media platform introduced disappearing feature of messages? So it has been announced by Facebook Messenger. Earlier, it was announced by WhatsApp. So this WhatsApp is an entity of Facebook. In fact, Instagram is also an entity of Facebook. Tinsukia, where Oil India made a natural gas discovery, is located in which state? So it is located in the Assam. And as per the recent statement by Oil India, the Dhinjan well in Tinsukia in Assam has found hydrocarbon bearing sand. Which union ministry implements PM Kusum scheme? So this is an initiative by MNRE, that is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Recently, this scheme was in news because the ministry issued fresh guidelines in this context. Now, what is the full form of PM Kusum scheme? PM Kusum stands for Pradhan Mantri Krishi Urja Suraksha Evam Utthan Maha Abhiyan. So the objective is to promote solar power. Which public sector company has successfully developed a geopolymer gas aggregate from fly ash? So it has been developed by NTPC, that is National Thermal Power Corporation. So it has successfully developed this geopolymer aggregate from fly ash. Now what is fly ash? So it is a fine powder which is a byproduct of burning of coal in electricity generation power plants, which is the only corporatized major port of India. So it is Kamarajar Port and it is in Tamil Nadu. It is on Coromandel coast and it is the first port in India which is a public company. Which Indian minister addressed the India Drivers of Change Conference organized by Bank of America? So Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal attended this conference and it was organized by Bank of America. So this Bank of America is American multinational investment bank and the headquarters is in North Carolina in USA. Under the Atmanirbhar Bharat third stimulus package, 3,000 crore has been released to which institution under IDEAS scheme? So this money has been allocated for Exim Bank under IDEAS scheme. What is IDEAS scheme? It is Indian Development and Economic Assistance Scheme. So under this initiative, the Exim Bank will provide the line of credit. As per the recent report by WHO and CDC, India has failed to vaccinate 1.2 million infants against which disease? So this disease is measles. Recently, WHO and CDC released a report and the title of report was Progress Towards Measles Elimination. So as per this report, India is among the 6 countries with the highest number of infants who did not receive the first dose of measles vaccine in 2019. A high-level committee under the Union Home Ministry has announced additional central assistance from NDRF to how many states? So it has been announced for 6 states. What is NDRF? It is National Disaster Response Fund. So this additional assistance will be provided to 6 states who were affected by cyclone or flood or landslides. It stands for National Disaster Response Fund. And then there is one more NDRF, that is National Disaster Response Force. So this one is fund and this one is force. So this NDRF is a special force to respond in case of disasters, and it has been constituted as per the Disaster Management Act of 2005. PUBG Corporation has made an announcement of relaunch in which country? So it is India. Actually, few months ago, Indian government banned certain applications including PUBG under Section 69A of IT Act. Now, PUBG has announced that it is going to launch India-specific version of this game, and it will be PUBG Mobile India. China has passed a law allowing disqualification of unpatriotic elected members of parliament in which autonomous region? So it is related to Hong Kong. Now what is the meaning of this term? See, in Hong Kong, suppose elections were organized and people elected new members in parliament. Suppose A1, A2, A3. These are new elected members in the Hong Kong parliament. Now, if Beijing, that means if China think that this member A1 is not following the terms and conditions set by China, then they can say that he is unpatriotic and therefore we are going to disqualify him. So he can be disqualified even though people of Hong Kong have elected him. Which state is to constitute anti-electrocution cells to protect the wild elephants? So this decision has been taken by West Bengal government. So the idea is to make sure that elephants do not hurt themselves because of electric poles and because of electric lines. Which potential vaccine candidate of India has completed enrollment of phase 3 clinical trials? So it is Covishield, and this has been developed by Serum Institute of India in association with Oxford University and AstraZeneca. Which state has launched Mukhyamantri Rural Street Vendor Scheme? So this has been announced by Madhya Pradesh government, and it is going to be on the lines of PM Swanidhi scheme. So this PM Swanidhi scheme was started by central government for street vendors, and now this Mukhyamantri Rural Street Vendor Scheme has been started by Madhya Pradesh government. Which state assembly passed a resolution to include Sarna as a separate religion in census 2021? So this resolution has been passed by Jharkhand assembly, and the objective is to demand a separate column for the followers of Sarna religion in the census 2021. Where is the National Rail and Transportation Institute? So it is in Vadodara in Gujarat, and it is first and only transportation university of India. Recently it was in news because it launched 7 new programs. Which country has recently launched world's first 6G communication satellite? So this has been launched by China, and this has been launched using Long March 6 rocket. What is the revised GDP growth projection of India for 2020 by Moody's? So it is a contraction of 8.9%. Previously, it was projected as a contraction of 9.6%. So this is projection for 2020. Which organization is going to organize the Bharat Darshan Dakshin Bharat Yatra? So it will be organized by IRCTC. What is IRCTC? It is a subsidiary of Indian Railways, and IRCTC stands for Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation. And the theme of this Bharat Darshan Yatra is going to be Show India to Indians. Which state or union territory has recently launched online issue of low denomination of non-judicial stamps? So this has been announced by Puducherry. Idea is to prevent public crowd at authorized collection centers. So therefore these e-stamps will be issued. That means these can be issued online, and this has been done by Puducherry administration. Which authority has approved the draft of banking regulations in IFSC, that is International Financial Services Center? So it has been approved by IFSCA, that is International Financial Services Centers Authority. So with the help of this draft, it will enable the setting up of banking units in this IFSC. It is important to note that government established this IFSCA to regulate the financial services in our country. Which organization operates FASTag in our country? So it is operated by NHAI, that is National Highway Authority of India, and it is under Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Which is the first Indian city to finalize project under Affordable Renting Housing Complex Scheme for Migrant Workers? So this is an initiative for migrant workers, and this has been proposed by Surat. It is in Gujarat, and this has been announced under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, urban component, and this is a scheme by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The ICJ, that is International Court of Justice, is based in which country? So it is in the Netherlands. The headquarters of ICJ is in The Hague. Why it was in news recently? Because 4 members of this court were re-elected. So these are the 4 judges from Japan, China, Slovakia and Uganda. How many countries are the members of G77 group? So as of now, total 134 countries are the member of this group, and it was established, that means this group was established in 1964. At that point of time, 77 developing countries came together, and that is why the name is G77. Now total 134 countries are the member of this grouping. Why it was in news recently? Because recently 44th annual meeting of this grouping was organized, and India's permanent representative to United Nations, T.S. Trimurti, attended this event on the behalf of our country. Which Indian city has entered a Guinness World Records for the largest display of oil lamps? So this city is Ayodhya, and it is in Uttar Pradesh, and it has entered the Guinness World Records for the largest display of oil lamps, and over 4.8 lakhs earthen lamps were lit on the banks of river Saryu. Which country has declared that it would not pay the overdue Eurobond coupon by the deadline? So this country is Zambia. See, because of COVID-19, a lot of countries are facing economic crisis, and that is why they are not able to pay the money which they have borrowed, and Zambia is one such example. So it is the first sovereign default of Africa. Sovereign default means when a country say that it do not have money to pay, then it is a sovereign default. So Zambia became Africa's first sovereign default. Which country chaired the BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting? So for this year, Russia is the chair of BRICS. Saudi Arabia is the chair of G20 grouping. Guyana is the chair of G77 grouping for this year. Vietnam is the chair of ASEAN for this year. So this was the 12th BRICS meeting on science, technology and innovation. And during this meeting, the SCRB Power Initiative was in news. What is SCRB? It is Science and Technology Research Board. So it is a statutory body under DST, that is Department of Science and Technology. Where is the headquarters of UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center? So it is in Cambridge. It is in UK. So it is World Conservation Monitoring Center of UNEP, that is United Nations Environment Program. Now the headquarters of UNEP is in Nairobi in Kenya. Why it was in news recently? Because recently UNEP released a report, and it is co-authored by this World Conservation Monitoring Center. And as per this report, there is a twin crisis, and it is climate change and loss of biodiversity. So these are 2 major issues in front of us. Which Union Ministry has introduced a new incentive scheme for 500 private academies? So it is announced by Ministry of Sports. Actually it is Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So the ministry announced a scheme under which monetary support will be provided to these 500 private universities, and this will be done under Khelo India scheme, and this will be done for next 4 years. On which date the World Day of Remembrance for Road Accident Victims is observed? So it is observed on 15th of November. 14th of November is World Diabetes Day, and the theme was the nurse and diabetes. On the other hand, this year 13th of November was celebrated as Ayurveda Day. This Ayurveda Day is celebrated on the same day of Dhanvantri Jayanti. Former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Chandravati, who passed away recently, was the first women MP of which state? So she was the first women MP of Haryana. She passed away recently and she became the first women opposition leader of Haryana Vidhan Sabha in 1982. Which union ministry has notified draft rules under the Code on Social Security? So this has been notified by Ministry of Labour and Employment. And as per these new rules, unorganized workers, gig workers and platform workers can get the social security benefits by Aadhaar based authentication. So Aadhaar is a unique identity and it is issued by UIDAI. The Harani portal, which was in news, was launched by which state government? So it was launched by Telangana government and it is a portal for registration of property. Now previously, that means so far, it was for the registration of agricultural land and property. Now even non-agricultural properties will be registered through this portal. So it is a land record management portal. Which Indian company has commenced phase 3 trials of COVID-19 vaccine Covaxin? So recently Bharat Biotech commenced phase 3 trials of COVID-19 vaccine Covaxin and it is India's first indigenous COVID-19 vaccine. Home Ministry constituted teams to check compliance of COVID-19 guidelines in the private hospitals of which state or union territory. So this is Union Territory of New Delhi. And in this context, MHA, that is Ministry of Home Affairs, constituted teams to ensure that the COVID-19 guidelines are properly followed in private hospitals. What is the theme of 12th BRICS Summit? So the theme was Global Stability, Shared Security and Innovative Growth. And for the year 2020, Russia is the president of BRICS. President of Russia is Vladimir Putin. Recently, Russia was also in news because of immunity law, and the first reading of this law was passed in Russian lower house, that is Duma. So, as per this new provision, the former Russian presidents and their families will be immune from prosecution. Which financial institution has allocated $20 million to help developing countries in assessing COVID-19 vaccine? So this has been announced by ADB, that is Asian Development Bank. And this is going to be a part of ADB TASF. What is TASF? It is Technical Assistance Special Fund. Now, to make sure that every country, specifically poor and vulnerable countries, get vaccine, there is alliance and it is COVAX. So it is alliance between WHO, that is World Health Organization, CEPI, that is Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Researchers of IIT Kharagpur have developed food packaging material using which material? So this new food packaging material has been developed with the help of cucumber peels. So this is obviously a eco-friendly and biodegradable option, and this has been done by the researchers of IIT Kharagpur. So this was done because cucumber peels have high cellulose. Which organization has commenced the testing of its regulatory sandbox on retail payment? So this is RBI, that is Reserve Bank of India. Now first thing first, what is the meaning of this term regulatory sandbox? So regulatory sandbox refers to the live testing of new product or services in a controlled or in a regulated environment. How many countries constitute the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation? So total 21 countries are the part of this association, and it is APEC, that is Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. On which date the International Day of Tolerance is observed by UNESCO? So it is observed on 16th of November, and on this occasion NGO named Resolution Conflict was in news. So it is NGO in DRC, that is Democratic Republic of Congo. Why it was in news? Because it was awarded for the promotion of tolerance and non-violence, and it was given the Madanjeet Singh Prize for the promotion of tolerance and non-violence, and this was given by UNESCO. Where is the headquarters of ICRISAT, that is International Crop Research Institute of Semi-Arid Tropics? So this is in Hyderabad and it was founded in 1972. Why it was in news recently? Because Ministry of Civil Aviation permitted ICRISAT to use drones for the agricultural research activities. High Commission of India has launched special edition wristwatches in which country? So it is Bangladesh. High Commission of India has launched a special edition wristwatch to commemorate the 100 years of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So he is the Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. He is the father of Bangladesh. And Bangladesh is celebrating it as Mujib Barsho. The current Prime Minister of Bangladesh is Sheikh Hasina and she is the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Which country has approved the first self-testing kit to detect coronavirus? So it was approved by USA. Now it has been designed by California-based company and it is Lucira. So it is a California-based company which designed this new self-testing kit to detect coronavirus and it can provide results in 30 minutes. The only known white giraffe which was seen in news is found in which country? So it is found in Kenya. Why it was in news recently? Because recently GPS tracking device was connected on this giraffe in order to track its movement so that it can be protected from the poachers. So that is why it was in news. What is GPS? It is Global Positioning System. So this device will provide the location of this animal. Hindon Airport, which was in news recently, is located in which state? So it is airport in Uttar Pradesh. Why it was in news recently? Because under Udan RCS initiative, the direct flight from Kalburgi in Karnataka to Hindon in Uttar Pradesh was started under this Udan initiative. Which country has announced that it would reduce the number of armed forces in Afghanistan and Iraq? So this was announced by USA. Present US Defense Secretary is Chris Miller. Recently, US President Donald Trump fired Mark Esper as Defense Secretary and now Chris Miller has been appointed as the Interim Defense Secretary. Vijayanagara has been created as the 31st district of which Indian state? So it is the 31st district of Karnataka and this will be carved out from the existing Ballari district. Recently, Karnataka was also in news as Mysuru in Karnataka will have India's first Sandalwood Museum. Which regional organization has adopted a new counter-terrorism strategy? So recently BRICS countries adopted a new counter-terrorism strategy. BRICS stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. ASEAN is association of 10 countries. Recently, ASEAN countries in collaboration with 5 other countries signed RCEP, that is Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. It is important to note that India is not a party to this trade agreement. For this year, Vietnam is the chair of ASEAN. WHO, that is World Health Organization, has launched global strategy to eradicate which disease by 2050. So it is cervical cancer and the objective of this strategy is to reduce over 40% of the new cases and 5 million related deaths by 2050. Japan has signed the defense deal reciprocal access agreement with which country? So it is Australia. The objective is to increase cooperation and to counter the growing aggression of China. It is important to note that India, Australia, USA and Japan are the part of Malabar exercise. They are the part of Quad, recent Quad meeting held in Tokyo in Japan. Which regulating body has amended the regulations on transferring of assets by liquidator of stressed firm? So recently IBBI, that is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, amended the regulations so that the resolution process can be fast tracked. Which international organization has released $100 million to 7 countries at the risk of famine? So this has been released by United Nations and the amount is $100 million. So out of this 180 will go to Afghanistan, Burkina Faso, Congo, Nigeria, South Sudan and Yemen, while the remaining 20 will go to Ethiopia. Union Culture Minister has handed over bronze idols retrieved from London to which state? So, recently, Culture Minister Prahlad Singh Patel handed over the bronze idols of Lord Rama, Lakshman and Goddess Sita to the Tamil Nadu government. What is the name of disappearing tweets feature launched by Twitter? So, the name of this feature is Fleets. So, this is a new feature which has been launched by Twitter, and as per that, the tweets will disappear in 24 hours and it has been given the name Fleets. Since it will disappear, therefore, these tweets cannot be retweeted. Operation Calypso, which was in news recently, is associated with which field? So, it was associated to drug smuggling, and recently DRI, that is Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, cracked an international racket under this operation codenamed as Operation Calypso. On which day the World Philosophy Day was observed by UNESCO? So, World Philosophy Day is celebrated by UNESCO on every third Thursday of November, and this time it was on 19th of November. Now, 19th of November was also observed as World Day for Prevention of Child Abuse. India has held its first standalone summit meeting in the past 2 decades with which country? So, this is Luxembourg, and this was a virtual summit, and Prime Minister Mr. Modi represented India in this summit along with his counterpart Xavier Bettel. Now, during this summit, few agreements were signed, including the agreement between Luxembourg Stock Exchange and State Bank of India. Now, recently, Luxembourg was also in news as it became the first country to make public transport free. What is the name of challenge launched to prevent hazardous cleaning of sewers and septic tanks? So, the name of this initiative is Safai Mitra Suraksha, and this was launched on the occasion of World Toilet Day, and this was launched by Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs Hardeep Singh Puri. So, the idea is to ensure that no life of any sewer or septic tank cleaner is lost due to hazardous cleaning, and during this event it was pledged to mechanize the sewer and septic tank cleaning operations by 30th of April 2021. That means by next year all the septic tanks and sewers will be cleaned by the machine instead of human beings. The United Nations has adopted a resolution tabled by European Union and OIC related to which event? So, it is related to Rohingya crisis. United Nations adopted a resolution tabled by Organization of Islamic Cooperation and European Union, and this resolution called for the solution of Rohingya crisis. Actually, Rohingyas are Muslims and they are facing persecution in the Myanmar. Mostly they are settled in the Rakhine province of Myanmar. Which union ministry implements PM-FME scheme, which was in news recently? So, it is implemented by Ministry of Food Processing. Recently, it was in news because the Union Minister for Food Processing, Narendra Singh Tomar, launched the capacity building component of this PM-FME. What is PM-FME? It is Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises. Which union ministry launched development of wind parks or wind solar hybrid park? So, this is an initiative by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, that is MNRE. The idea is to ensure clean energy. Now, recently this MNRE was also in news because of PM Kusum scheme, as recently Ministry released new guidelines for this PM Kusum scheme. It is related to solar energy. Which union ministry launched a portal for land management system for the first time? So, it has been launched by MOD, that is Defense Ministry or Ministry of Defense. Present Defense Minister is Rajnath Singh. What is the name of festival celebrated across Bihar, Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh in November, and it is dedicated to Sun God? So, the name of this festival is Chhath, and it is a 4-day long festival dedicated to Sun God, and the devotees offer prayers to the Sun God and take a dip in the river. Which country has passed a bipartisan resolution on autonomous Tibet. So it was passed by USA to recognize the cultural and religious significance of autonomous Tibet. The resolution also recognized the work done by 14th Dalai Lama. Now, Dalai Lama is the highest spiritual leader of Tibet, and present one is 14th Dalai Lama. Which sports organization has released rules to protect the maternity benefits of its female players? So these were released by FIFA. It is international governing body of football, and recently it released new employment rules to protect the maternity rights of female players. And as per the new rules, if any club ended any player's contract for becoming pregnant, then that club will face the fine. It also decided that clubs should allow at least 14 weeks of maternity leave, and it is going to be a paid leave. Now, in our country, to provide maternity benefits, we have Maternity Benefit Act, and few years ago it was amended. Previously, the provision for maternity benefit was 12 weeks. Now, it is 26 weeks. Tungabhadra Pushkaralu, which was in news recently, is celebrated in which state of India? So it is celebrated in Andhra Pradesh. This Tungabhadra Pushkaralu is a 12-day festival, and it is celebrated to honor the Tungabhadra river. This river originates from Karnataka, and then it flows through two states, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. As per the recent report of Facebook, what is the position of India in terms of request made for user data during the first half of 2020? So, India is on second position. Recently, Facebook released this transparency report, and as per that, India is on second position in terms of request made for user data during the time period of January to June 2020. Which technology major has unveiled its RCS, that is Rich Communication Services messaging globally? So this was announced by Google. So this is an advanced version of SMS. OSH code is released by which union ministry? So this was released by Ministry of Labor and Employment. What is OSH? It is Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code. So recently a draft was released by the Labor Ministry. Now this code provides for the provisions related to safety, health and working conditions of the dock workers, construction workers and mine workers. Indo-Thai Corpet, which was in news, is the exercise involving which armed force of India and Thailand? So it was a naval exercise. Corpet stands for Coordinated Patrol. So from Indian side, INS Karmuk participated in this exercise. Which district has been selected for the Best Marine District Award by the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying? So it is Krishna district. Actually, every year on 21st of November, World Fisheries Day is celebrated. What is the name of alliance of 5 countries? That is Australia, USA, Canada, New Zealand and UK. So the name of this alliance is Five Eyes Alliance. So it is an intelligence alliance. That means intelligence information is exchanged between these 5 countries. What is the newborn mortality rate of India as per the SRS, that is Sample Registration System 2018? So as per the latest data, it is 23 per 1000 live births. Recently, Union Health Minister Dr. Harshvardhan released a detailed progress card on INAP targets. Now what is INAP? It is India Newborn Action Plan targets. Micro Irrigation Fund is created with which organization? So it is related to NABARD. What is NABARD? It is National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. So this Micro Irrigation Fund has been started by NABARD, and under this interest subvented loans are provided. That means loans at discounted interest rate are provided. CCI, that is Competition Commission of India, has approved acquisition of Future Group by which company? So it is Reliance Retail. Actually, there is a dispute going on, and that's why it was in news again and again. So in simplest term, Reliance Retail decided to acquire Future Group, but Amazon was not happy with this deal. As per Amazon, there is existing agreement of non-compete between Amazon and Future Coupons. Seismic survey campaign is launched by which Indian company? So it has been launched by Indian Oil Limited, and recently Dharmendra Pradhan has inaugurated this seismic survey campaign by Indian Oil Limited. Dharmendra Pradhan is the Union Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas. So this survey will be conducted under open acreage licensing policy. The mutual agreement procedure, that is MAP, between India and which country has won the OECD MAP 2019 award for the highest agreement ratio. So the MAP, that is mutual agreement procedure between India and Japan, has won this OECD MAP award. The agreement to establish African Continental Free Trade Agreement was signed in which year? So it was signed in 2018 in Kigali in Rwanda, and it is expected to become operational from 1st of January in 2021. So this is a free trade agreement signed by the African countries. Now recently Africa Industrialization Day was celebrated, and it was on 20th of November. Debt Service Suspension Initiative is associated with which international organization? So it is related to G20. So this DSSI is related to G20, and recently G20 countries approved this initiative to temporarily suspend the government-to-government debt payment. That means for the time being, debt payments are suspended in this pandemic situation. Obviously, they will be resumed after some time. Which state governor has promulgated ordinance to ban online gaming? So this was done by Tamil Nadu Governor Banwarilal Purohit. So the ordinance was promulgated to ban the online gaming in the state. Apart from this ordinance, recently Uttar Pradesh ordinance was also in news. So the ordinance powers are mentioned in Article 123 and Article 213. So Article 123 is related to ordinance powers of President. Article 213 is related to ordinance powers of Governor. USA has signed an agreement with which country to establish annual economic talks for 5 years? So USA has signed agreement with Taiwan for this, and to increase the economic cooperation, the Economic Prosperity Partnership Dialogue with Taiwan was also launched by USA. India-European Bilateral Project India H20 was recently inaugurated by the Prime Minister in which institution? So this was inaugurated in PDPU, that is Pandit Deendayal Petroleum University, and this university is in Gujarat. So this India H20 is a project, and for this project India and European Union are collaborating, and this is a project for industrial waste, and this is a part of Horizon 2020 initiative. Indian origin economist and author Lord Meghnad Desai has resigned from a major party in which country, citing racism? So this country is UK, and his party is Labour Party, and he is of Indian origin. He is well-known economist. He resigned from the UK's opposition Labour Party on the grounds of failure of party to tackle the racism. CEF PPC, a scheme which was in news, is associated with which union ministry? So it is related to MOFPI, that is Ministry of Food Processing and Industries. Recently, Union government approved 28 food processing projects, and they are approved under this CEF PPC scheme. What is CEF PPC? It is creation and expansion of food processing and preservation capacities. R.N. Chibbar, who passed away recently, was associated with which field? So he was associated to defense. He was retired Major General. He passed away recently. In addition to him, recently Congress leader Ahmed Patel passed away. In addition to him, recently TV actor Ashish Roy passed away. Legendary footballer Diego Maradona passed away, and he was from Argentina. Which is the headquarters of European Union's law enforcement agency Europol? So this is similar to Interpol. Interpol is international police. Europol is for European Union, and the headquarters is in Netherlands. To be specific, it is in The Hague. So it is the law enforcement agency of European Union. Why it was in news recently? Because recently Europol, Interpol and Basel Institute on Governance organized 4th Global Conference on Criminal Finances and Cryptocurrencies. Which organization announced to ship 2 billion COVID vaccines to the developing countries in 2021 as a part of COVAX initiative? So this was announced by UNICEF, and it will deliver 2 billion COVID vaccines to the developing countries in 2021 as a part of this COVAX alliance. Now, what is COVAX? It is an alliance to make sure that when a vaccine is developed, even the poor and backward countries can access it. Which tennis player has clinched the ATP Tour Finals 2020 in London? So he is Daniil Medvedev. He is from Russia and he defeated Dominic Thiem is from Austria. So now Daniil Medvedev from Russia defeated Dominic Thiem, he defeated Rafael Nadal and Novak Djokovic. So he became the first man to defeat all three top-ranked tennis players. That is Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal and Dominic Thiem. Which country's central bank is the first in world to have 1 million Twitter followers? So it is our central bank, that is Reserve Bank of India. And it is the first monetary authority in the world to have this much followers. Recently, Reserve Bank of India was also in news because it proposed the merger of Lakshmi Vilas Bank with DBS Bank. So it is a Bank of Singapore. Which Indian state has launched Abhyam app for the safety of women passengers? So this has been launched by Andhra Pradesh. And this app has been launched so that women can raise alarm in case of any emergency. As per the International Energy Agency, which country would be the world's biggest oil refiner by 2021? So far, USA was the biggest oil refiner. Now, China will be the biggest oil refiner by 2021 as per a report by International Energy Agency. Which institution has developed a solar-powered unmanned autonomous survey craft for Indian ports? So this is unmanned, this is solar-powered, and this is a survey craft for Indian ports. That means it will survey the ports, and it has been developed by IIT Madras. So this can be utilized for ports and inland waterways. Who is the chairperson of Technical Committee of Jal Shakti Ministry, which recommended 5 solutions for water sanitation? So this Jal Shakti Ministry constituted a technical committee and the chairperson is K. Vijay Raghavan. And this committee recommended solutions for the water sanitation. And K. Vijay Raghavan is the principal scientific advisor to the Government of India. Asian Development Bank has approved $50 million loan to improve resource planning in which Indian state? So this is West Bengal, and this money will be utilized to improve the resource planning in West Bengal. Atal Faculty Development Program, which were launched by Education Minister, are organized by which institution? So this program is organized by AICTE. Now what is AICTE? It is All India Council for Technical Education. As of 2020, which Indian company has received the biggest ever investment of Google? That means which Indian company received maximum investment from Google? So it is Jio. So far Jio platform received maximum investment from Google, and Google is going to acquire 7.73% stakes in Jio platform after the investment of 33,737 crores. Now this is the biggest ever investment of Google in any Indian company. As per a recent survey conducted by CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industries, and Ernst & Young, which country is the top destination of investors? So our country is the top destination for investors. Recently, a report was published by CII and Ernst & Young. Title of this report is FDI in India, Now, Next and Beyond. What is FDI? It is Foreign Direct Investment. Which Indian state or union territory has launched an exclusive WhatsApp number to help women in distress? So this has been done by Goa, and a dedicated WhatsApp number has been issued by the Goa police. Which billionaire became the world's second richest person in November 2020? So Elon Musk became the world's richest person and he surpassed Bill Gates. Richest person is Jeff Bezos. So Elon Musk is the CEO of SpaceX and he became the world's second richest person and his net worth is $127.9 billion. What is the call sign of Boeing B777, the VVIP aircraft used by India's President, Vice President and Prime Minister? So it is Air India 1. It is the call sign for Boeing B777. Recently, the first flight of Air India one B777 aircraft was inaugurated with the Indian President on board. The NSE, that is National Stock Exchange, has terminated the broking license of which company and declared it as defaulter. So this company is Carvey Stock Broking Limited. Recently, NSE terminated the account, that means brokerage account was terminated by NSE on the grounds of violation of rules and regulations. Which platform has launched a short video making feature named Spotlight? So this has been introduced by Snapchat. Snapchat is an American messaging app. Recently, it launched this new short video making feature, Spotlight. India held virtual consultations on disarmament and nuclear proliferation matters with which association? So it is European Union. Now, in the context of nuclear disarmament, there is a treaty, NPT, that is Non-Proliferation Treaty. Ajay Lodha, who passed away recently, was associated to which profession? So he was a well-known physician. He was Indo-American. He was the former president of American Association of Physicians of Indian origin. What is the name of training module launched for PCS, that is Primary Cooperative Societies, by NCDC? What is NCDC? It is National Cooperative Development Corporation. So the name of this initiative is Sahkar Pragya, and it has been recently inaugurated by Union Agriculture Minister Narendra Singh Tomar. So these are the training modules for primary cooperative societies, and these are prepared by NCDC, that is National Cooperative Development Corporation. The land attack version of which missile was test fired in the Andaman and Nicobar? So it was BrahMos missile. BrahMos is a result of collaboration between India and Russia. So the name is derived after the rivers in these two countries, that is Brahmaputra and Moskova. It is important to note that the range of new version of missile has been extended to 400 kilometers. In the SDG Investor Map for India, UNDP and Invest India laid out how many investment opportunity areas, that is IOAS. So total 18 such areas were identified. Recently, this initiative was announced by UNDP, that is United Nations Development Program, in association with Invest India. So total 18 such investment opportunity areas were identified in 6 sectors. These sectors are key sectors like education, health, agriculture. The idea is to make sure that adequate financial resources are provided so that SDG targets can be achieved and the gap which was there in the financing because of this pandemic situation can be fulfilled. Who is the head of panel set up by Niti Aayog to study the feasibility of Hyperloop technology in our country? So recently, Niti Aayog set up a panel to study the Hyperloop technology feasibility, and the panel is chaired by VK Saraswat. VK Saraswat is the member of Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog is an executive body. It is the successor of Planning Commission. India extended the MOU, that is Memorandum of Understanding, with which country for cooperation on nuclear energy for 10 more years? So it is USA. Now in this context, please remember this term GCNEP. This is very important for exam. What is GCNEP? It is Global Center for Nuclear Energy Partnership. So this term is being used in the context of nuclear cooperation between India and USA. SIDBI, that is Small Industries Development Bank of India, has signed Memorandum of Understanding with which Southern Bank to develop MSME ecosystem. Has signed MOU with which Southern State to develop MSME ecosystem. So this is Tamil Nadu. So to develop the MSME ecosystem, SIDBI signed agreement with Tamil Nadu. Recently, Tamil Nadu was also in news because of tourism statistics. So as per the latest report by Ministry of Tourism, Tamil Nadu is on top position in terms of foreign tourists and Uttar Pradesh is on top position in terms of domestic tourists. Which country lifted 93 million people out of poverty since 2013 and has announced eradication of extreme poverty in the country? This country is China. And China has lifted 93 million people out of poverty since 2013. What amount of capital is approved by the cabinet to be infused into NIIF debt platform? What is NIIF? It is National Infrastructure Investment Fund. So the amount is 6,000 crore. So government recently approved the 6,000 crore equity infusion in NIIF debt platform, out of which 2,000 crores will be infused this year and rest will be infused next year. As per a recent report by Transparency International, which is considered as the biggest problem by around 75% of Asian respondents. So, corruption is the biggest problem, and 74% of the respondents said that this is the main problem in Asian countries. And this is based on a report by Transparency International. So, Transparency International is a non-governmental organization. The headquarters of Transparency International is in Berlin and it is in Germany. What is the theme of International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women 2020? So the theme was Orange the World, Fund, Respond, Prevent, Collect. Every year, this International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is observed on 25th of November. Now, as per UN reports, it was found that during this pandemic situation, the violence against women increased, and UN, that is United Nations, has termed it as shadow pandemic. Which is the third university in India to have a commemorative coin of ₹100 issued on its centenary year. That means on the completion of its 100 years. So this is University of Lucknow, and this is going to be the third such university to have a commemorative coin of ₹100 issued on its centenary year. The first two are Mysore University and BHU, that is Banaras Hindu University. Now recently Lucknow University completed 100 years, and on this occasion Prime Minister released special stamp and coin. Which organization was awarded the Platinum Partner Award in the newly instituted Umang Awards? So in this category, EPFO won this award. What is EPFO? It is Employees Provident Fund Organization. So recently Umang app completed 3 years. Which organization released $25 million from its emergency fund to support women-led organizations fighting gender-based violence? So this has been done by United Nations. It decided to release $25 million to support the women-led organizations. So out of this 25, 17 will go to UNFPA, that is United Nations Population Fund, and 8 will go to UN Women. Which country has announced to set up counter-terrorism operations center? So this was decided by UK. Recently, UK Chancellor Rishi Sunak allocated fund for this initiative. So the CTOC is going to be in London. Which Indian state has approved the Ganga Expressway project? So it has been approved by Uttar Pradesh government, and the project will have expressway along with river Ganga from Haridwar to Allahabad, and this project will be implemented by Uttar Pradesh Expressway Industrial Development Authority. Fit India School Week is celebrated in a week of which month? So it is celebrated in a week of December. So this Fit India School Week program was started to inculcate the awareness of physical activity and to inculcate the culture of sports. So under this initiative, schools will select a week in the month of December, and then they will organize different sports activities for children. So this Fit India School Week is celebrated in the month of December. Which institution released Mitigation and Management of COVID-19 Practices from India's States and Union Territories report? So this has been released by Niti Aayog, that is an executive body, and it is the successor of Planning Commission. Now recently Niti Aayog was also in news as, along with MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, these two organized RAISE 2020. What is RAISE 2020? It is Responsible Artificial Intelligence for Social Empowerment. Which new type of FPO, that is Farmer Produce Organization of NAFED, has been inaugurated by the Agriculture Minister? So it is Honey FPO. It is an initiative of NAFED. NAFED stands for National Agriculture Cooperative Marketing Federation of India. So recently, Union Agriculture Minister Narendra Singh Tomar inaugurated Honey Farmer Producer Organization. So this will focus on the beekeeping activity, and this will help in providing more employment opportunities. India signed Memorandum of Understanding for cooperation in the field of environmental protection and biodiversity conservation with which country? So this country is Finland. So this is a memorandum for the environmental protection and for the biodiversity conservation. Our Environment Minister is Mr. Prakash Javadekar. Recently, he launched India Climate Change Knowledge Portal. Please remember that India is the only country among G20 nations to meet the climate change commitments under Paris Deal. So this Paris Deal is related to environment protection, and recently USA decided to quit this deal. What is the new name of Central Bank of Saudi Arabia, formerly known as Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority? That is SAMA. So the new name is Saudi Central Bank. Previous name was Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority. Now it is renamed as Saudi Central Bank. So these were the most important questions. Now we are going to cover important news. First is Manohari Gold Tea. So it is a special tea of Assam. Why it was in news recently? Because recently it made a record and it was sold at the price of 75,000 per kg. So name is Manohari Gold Tea, and this tea is grown in Assam. Next is Market Intervention Scheme. So this is a scheme. Actually this is an old scheme, and it is a price support scheme for the procurement of perishable items. Now recently Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha launched this market intervention scheme for the apple growers. So this is why it was in news. Next is Dr. Trust. So recently Rohit Sharma was appointed as brand ambassador of Dr. Trust. Rohit Sharma was appointed as the brand ambassador of this healthcare company Dr. Trust. Next is Hurricane Zeta. So recently USA was in news because of this Hurricane Zeta. Next is 12th Biosphere Reserve of India. So recently Panna Tiger Reserve was made as a part of MAB. MAB is Man in Biosphere Program. It is a program of UNESCO. The Panna Tiger Reserve is in Madhya Pradesh, and it is the 5th Tiger Reserve in Madhya Pradesh. Next is world's longest immersed tunnel. So recently the work, that means the construction work for this tunnel was started, and that is why it was in news. So the name of this tunnel is Fehmarn Belt, and this tunnel will connect Denmark to Germany, and this is world's largest immersed tunnel. Next is Funny Boy. So it is a film by Deepa Mehta. Now why this film was in news? Because this film will represent Canada in the race of Best International Feature Film at 2021 Oscars. Next is Pride Station. So recently Noida Metro Rail Corporation renamed Sector 50 metro station as Pride Station. Now why it is so special? Because it has been renamed and now it is dedicated to the transgender community. Noida is in Uttar Pradesh. Next is India International Film Festival of Boston. So recently late actor Om Puri was honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award at this India International Film Festival of Boston. So this was the 3rd edition. So he was given Lifetime Achievement Award. Mesut Yilmaz. So Mesut Yilmaz was the former Prime Minister of Turkey, and Mesut Yilmaz passed away recently. Next is Sukhoi 30 MKI. So recently IAF, that is Indian Air Force, successfully test fired air-launched BrahMos, air-launched version of BrahMos. Now this missile has been developed by DRDO. Actually BrahMos is a collaboration between India and Russia, and it is named after rivers of India and Russia. So it is named after Brahmaputra of India and Moscow of Russia. Next is 2nd of November. So 2nd of November was observed as International Day to end impunity for crime against journalists. On the other hand, World Vegan Day is observed on 1st of November. Next is related to Chris Gayle and Shane Watson. So these are related to cricket. So Shane Watson is a cricketer from Australia, and in IPL he is a cricketer from Chennai Super Kings. Recently, he announced his retirement. On the other hand, Chris Gayle is from West Indies, and in IPL he is from Kings 11 Punjab. Why Chris Gayle was in news? Because recently he became the first batsman to hit 1006 in T20 format. Next is BCCI's Women T20 Challenge. What is BCCI? It is Board of Control for Cricket in India, and Saurav Ganguly is BCCI president. So for this Women T20 Challenge tournament, Jio is the official sponsor partner, and this tournament will be played in Sharjah, and total 3 teams are there. These are Velocity, Supernovas and Trailblazers. Next is Mansar Lake Development Program. Mansar Lake Development Plan. So it is related to Jammu and Kashmir. Recently this development plan was inaugurated, and that is why it was in news. It is important to note that Surinsar, Mansar lakes are designated Ramsar sites. Total 39 sites are there in India. Ramsar is a convention for the protection of wetlands. Previously it was 37, now 2 more added. Answer in comment box which are these 2 sites. Next is Ajitachan Puruskaram. So it is Kerala government's highest literary honor, and for this time it was given to Paul Jacharya. Next is IBM IOCL. So IBM has partnered with Indian Oil Corporation, and as per this partnership, IBM will provide digital tools to Indian Oil Corporation. That means IBM will be the technology partner for Indian Oil Corporation. Next is Jadhav Payang. So popularly he is also known as Forest Man of India. Why he was in news recently? Because the story of Forest Man of India has been included in the curriculum of schools in Bristol in USA. So that is why he was in news. Next is 16 Psyche. So it is an asteroid, and it is between Mars and Jupiter. Now why it was in news? Because as per the recent study, it could be entirely of metal, and it can be more valuable than the entire economy of this earth. So that is why it was in news. And recently, Hubble Space Telescope has shown that the surface of this asteroid is mostly of iron and nickel. Hubble Space Telescope is of NASA. NASA is the space agency of USA. Next is Axis Bank Max Life. So Axis Bank is going to buy 19% stakes in Max Life. Next is Maple Group RBL Bank. So recently RBI approved the plan of Maple Group, and now Maple Group is going to acquire 9.99% stakes in RBL Bank. And last is India's first tire park. So it is going to be in Kolkata in West Bengal, and it will be launched by West Bengal Transport Corporation. GST collection. So in October month, the GST collection was 1.05 lakh crore, and after a long time period, GST collection has grossed the mark of 1 lakh crore. So since February, this is first time that it has grossed the mark of 1 lakh crore. So this shows that the economic activities are reviving. GST is goods and service tax. It is indirect tax. For GST, we have GST Council, and GST Council is headed by Finance Minister. Next is Account Aggregator Framework. So recently IndusInd Bank was in news. Why this bank was in news? Because it became the first bank in our country to go live as FIP, that is Financial Info Provider, under this Account Aggregator Framework by RBI, that is Reserve Bank of India. Next is Yuvraj Singh. So recently Yuvraj Singh was in news because he has been appointed as the brand ambassador of Well Versed. It is a nutrition brand. Recently Rajkumar Yadav was appointed as the brand ambassador of Siska Group. Next is John Magufuli. So recently he won the presidential elections of Tanzania. Tanzania is an African country. Next is Nation Brand Index. So this index is based on the study conducted by Ipsos in collaboration with Simon & Holt. So as per this index, India is on 34th position. USA is on 10th position. Last time USA was on 6th position. So USA witnessed downfall in the ranking. On the other hand, China also witnessed huge downfall in the ranking. So last year China was on 23rd position, and this time China is on 35th position. And this Nation Brand Index ranking is topped by Germany. Next is ASHA Pay. So to pay to the ASHA workers, that is ASHA health workers, Haryana government launched this platform to ensure digital payments to the ASHA health workers. Next is Corbett Tiger Reserve. So recently this Tiger Reserve was in news because for the first time in history, it will have women nature guides. Next is Infosys. So recently Infosys was in news because it became carbon neutral. It is important to note that as per Paris Climate Deal, the target to be the carbon neutral was 2050. But Infosys became carbon neutral in 2020 itself. That means 30 years ahead of the target set by Paris Climate Deal. Next is World Network of Biosphere Reserves. So from Indian side, Panna Tiger Reserve of Madhya Pradesh was included in this list of World Network of Biosphere Reserves. This is an initiative of UNESCO. And from the side of Maldives, 2 sites were selected. One is Addu Atoll and second one is Fua Mula Biosphere Reserve. So these 2 are in Maldives. Now with the inclusion of Panna Tiger Reserve, it is 12th entry from Indian side. While in case of Maldives, these were second and third entries. Next is Rajiv Jalota. So recently Rajiv Jalota was in news as he became the new chairperson of Mumbai Port Trust. Next is Electronics Sector Skill Council of India. So recently PVZ Menon became the new Chief Executive Officer of Electronics Sector Skill Council of India. Next is India's first solar powered miniature train. So recently this miniature train was inaugurated at Velli Tourist Village in Kerala. And this is India's first solar powered miniature train. Next is Pandemonium, the Great Indian Banking Tragedy. So it is a book and it is authored by T. Bandopadhyay. Next is annual ranking of world's safest banks. So recently this ranking was released by Global Finance. And as per this, KfW Bank of Germany is the world's safest bank. And this is the 29th edition of this annual ranking. Next is Banking Regulation Act. So recently RBI punished 2 banks using the provisions mentioned in Banking Regulation Act of 1949. So these 2 banks are DCB Bank and Jio Payment Bank. So on Jio Payment Bank, RBI imposed a penalty of 1 crore rupees. On DCB Bank, RBI imposed a penalty of 22 lakhs. Next is Project Parivartan. So this is related to HAL, that is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Recently, HAL signed a contract with Tech Mahindra. Now, what is this Project Parivartan? This is a project of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and it is for comprehensive business transformation. And this business transformation will be done through ERP. What is ERP? It is Enterprise Resource Planning. So, Project Parivartan is related to HAL, that is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and it is related to the business transformation. How this business transformation will be done? It is going to be done through Enterprise Resource Planning, that is ERP. Now, HAL signed an agreement with Tech Mahindra for the modernization of this ERP system. And last news is related to India's first ever e-resource center, Nyay Kaushal. So, it is in Nagpur in Maharashtra. Recently, Chief Justice of India, Justice Sarad Arvind Bobde, inaugurated this India's first e-resource center, Nyay Kaushal, and it is in Maharashtra. So this Nyay Kaushal will facilitate e-filing of the cases in Supreme Court or in High Court or in District Court. That means you can file case from this center. You need not to visit the court physically. Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. So recently Lewis Hamilton has won this Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton is British racing driver. In addition to that, Mercedes officially won 2020 Constructors Championship. Next is Duarte Pacheco. So recently Duarte Pacheco, the Member of Parliament from Portugal, became the President of IPU. What is IPU? It is Inter-Parliamentary Union. So he is from Portugal. The capital of Portugal is Lisbon and he is the MP from Portugal. He became the President of Inter-Parliamentary Union for 3 years. That is from 2020 to 2023. Next is Indo-Israeli Center of Excellence. So recently Assam was in news because of this collaboration between India and Israel, and both countries will collaborate for Center of Excellence for Vegetables Protected Cultivation. Now, a similar collaboration was done in case of Meghalaya also. So, in Meghalaya, 2 such centers will be set up. One is in Jonkasa village. So, this village in East Khasi Hills, and another center is going to be in Dwagre. This is in East Garo Hills. So, 2 centers are going to be in Meghalaya. 1 center is going to be in Assam. In Assam, this center is going to be in Khetri. Next is Bharti AXA ICICI Lombard. So recently, Competition Commission of India approved the acquisition of this Bharti AXA by ICICI Lombard. Recently, this ICICI Lombard was also in news as it signed agreement with Free Pay Card. So this agreement has been signed to launch Group Safeguard Insurance. Next is related to Tamil Nadu. So recently Tamil Nadu was in news as it has decided to provide 100% tax exemption to all battery vehicles. That means battery operated vehicles. And it has decided to provide exemptions till 31st of December of 2022. Next is Mission Sagar 2nd. So it was in news because INS Airawat reached Sudan. Why it reached Sudan? It reached to provide assistance to Sudan in this pandemic situation. So under this mission, we are delivering food support to the countries in Africa. So we are providing support to Sudan, South Sudan, Djibouti and Eritrea in this pandemic situation. Now, answer in comment box, how many countries are in Horn of Africa? Next is related to Rajasthan. So recently Rajasthan was in news because of 2 developments. One is it made mask compulsory. So it became the first state to do so. Now it is mandatory to wear mask in public. And this has been done by amending Rajasthan Epidemic Act. Second decision was that it has decided to ban crackers. Now not only Rajasthan, even Odisha also decided to ban it. Recently Rajasthan was also in news because of 8,000 megawatt renewable energy park. So this power park will be set up on the border areas in Rajasthan and it will be on Indo-Pak border. So that is why Rajasthan was in news because of these events. Next is T.N. Krishnan. So he was a violin maestro. He passed away recently. Next is T.N. Krishnan. So T.N. Krishnan was a violin maestro and T.N. Krishnan passed away recently. Apart from that, recently former Chief Minister of Bihar Satish Prasad Singh passed away. In addition to him, recently filmmaker and actor Ashish Kakkad also passed away. Next is M. Samuels. So he is a cricketer from West Indies and recently he announced his retirement. Apart from him, recently Shane Watson announced his retirement. Shane Watson is from Australia. In addition to him, Umar Gul also announced retirement. Umar Gul is from Pakistan. So all these are cricketers who announced their retirement. Next is Ganga Utsav. Now coming back to cricket, recently one more cricketer was in news and he is James Anderson. Why he was in news? Because a street in UK in Burnley was named after him. Now coming back to Ganga Utsav. So recently Ganga Utsav was organized and it was jointly organized by National Mission for Clean Ganga and Ministry of Jal Shakti. Now it is important to note that this event is organized to spread awareness about Ganga and to keep it clean. It is important to note that in 2008, Ganga was given the status of national river. Paris Climate Deal. So it was signed during COP21 in Paris in 2015 and it is related to UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Why it was in news recently? Because USA formally exited from this Paris Climate Deal. Why USA left this agreement? Because as per USA, this agreement was imposing economic burden on USA to limit its emissions, and if USA is going to do so, it will face the problem of job loss. Next is World Cities Report 2020. So this report has been released by UN Habitat and it was released on the occasion of World Cities Day, and this day was on 31st of October. The theme of this year's World Cities Day was valuing our communities and cities. Next is Lohri hydroelectric project. So this project was in news because recently CCEA, that is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, approved this project. This committee is headed by Prime Minister. So this project is being developed on the Satluj River and it is being developed in Shimla and Kullu district of Himachal Pradesh. Next is Rafael Nadal. So recently he won his 1000th tour level match and with this he became the 4th player to do so. Next is Chief of Army Staff General MM Narwane. So recently he was in news because he was conferred the honorary rank of General of Nepali Army. The Prime Minister of Nepal is KP Sharma Oli. The President of Nepal is Vidya Devi Bhandari. Next is Till We Win. So it is a book by AIMS director Randeep Guleria. In addition to him, Gagandeep Kang and Chandrakant Laharia are the co-authors. This book is about COVID-19. Next is Children's Week. So Children's Day will be celebrated on 14th of November. And on this occasion, Maharashtra government has decided that schools in Maharashtra are going to celebrate Children's Week from 8th of November to 14th of November. So this has been decided by Maharashtra. Next is Raitu Vedika. So as the name suggests, it is a scheme related to Telangana. It is a scheme to address the issues of farmers. So with the help of this initiative, farmers will get higher returns. Next is Faraj Khan. So he was Bollywood actor. He passed away recently. Next is Chhattisgarh. So recently Chhattisgarh was in news as it has launched a new industrial policy. The state was also in news because of fortified rice. Recently, Chhattisgarh government introduced this new industrial policy and it has provided special package for investment in the projects of sponge, iron and steel sector. Next is Karat Bangladesh 2020. So, Karat stands for Cooperation Afloat, Readiness and Training. So, this has been launched by Bangladesh and USA navies. Next is H1N2 virus. So, recently Canada reported this rare strain of swine flu. Next is Alassane Ouattara. Recently Alassane Ouattara was in news as he won the presidential term in Ivory Coast for the 3rd time. Next is World Tsunami Awareness Day. So, it was on 15th of November and the theme was Sendai 7 campaign. In this context, please read about Sendai framework on disaster management. Next is Harpreet Singh. So recently, she became the chief of Alliance Air. This Alliance Air is the regional subsidiary of Air India and she became the CEO of this Alliance Air and she is the first female head of Indian carrier and that is why she was in news. Next is Art House. So this is an initiative started by Twitter so that brands can create Twitter oriented content. Next is Alok K. Gupta. So recently Mr. Gupta was appointed as MD and CEO of ONGC Videsh Limited. Plastic Lao, Mask Le Jao. So this is an initiative started by Uttarakhand and to be specific it has been started by DMC, that is Dehradun Municipal Corporation. So idea is that people can bring plastic, that means plastic waste, and they can get mask in return. So this will provide two solutions. First, it will promote the use of mask. Second, it will help in the collection of plastic garbage. So this is an initiative started by Dehradun Municipal Corporation in Uttarakhand. Next is 3 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses. So recently India and Bangladesh signed agreement for 3 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses. And for that purpose, the agreement has been signed with SII, that is Serum Institute of India. It is in Pune. Next is Dalip Rath. So, the chairperson of National Dairy Development Board was in news because he has been elected to the IDF. What is IDF? It is related to dairy and IDF stands for International Dairy Federation. Next is Chacha Chaudhary. So, iconic Indian superhero was in news as it has collaborated with Namami Gange initiative. So now both will spread awareness about the importance of River Ganga and how to keep it clean. Next is WhatsApp Pay. So recently WhatsApp Pay got approval from NPCI, that is National Payment Corporation of India. So now it is functional in our country. That means WhatsApp Pay is now functional in our country. But there is new limit, and as per this new limit imposed by NPCI, it has mentioned that no third party will be allowed to more than 30% of the all UPI transactions. It is important to note that WhatsApp Pay, Phone Pay or Google Pay, all these are examples of third party payment systems. Next is International Shooting Sport Federation. Why it was in news? Because recently Facebook deleted its official page, and that is why it was in news. Next is JC Daniel Award. So recently this award was given to filmmaker Hari Haran, and he was given this award for his contribution to the Malayalam cinema. Malayalam is the official language of Kerala. Recently Kerala was also in news in the context of CBI. We are going to cover that in a while. Next is Virtual Global Investor Roundtable. So Prime Minister chaired this roundtable conference. Why it was organized? It was organized for more investment in our country. And who organized it? It was organized by Ministry of Finance in collaboration with NIIF, that is National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. Next is Project Lion. So recently Wildlife Institute of India, that is WII, along with Forest Department of Gujarat, identified 6 new relocation sites for the relocation of lions. So this Project Lion is related to the conservation of lion. Now your homework is to read about these 6 new sites and their respective states. Next is 75% reservation to the local. So recently Haryana government passed a bill to provide 75% reservation to the local candidates who are applying for the private sector jobs where the salary is less than 50,000 per month. That means in those jobs where salary is less than 50,000 per month, 75% reservation will be provided to the local candidates. That means candidates from Haryana. Next is Mine. So recently ICICI Bank launched this comprehensive banking program, and it is Mine. So this has been launched for the millennial customers, that is customers of age between 18 to 35. Next is DPSC Act, that is Delhi Special Police Establishment Act of 1946. So this act is the basis of CBI, that is Central Bureau of Investigation. And recently Kerala withdrawn the general consent given to CBI to probe the cases under Section 6 of DPSC Act. Now Kerala has withdrawn general consent. It is important to note that few days ago Chhattisgarh also withdrawn the general consent for CBI investigations. What does that mean? It means CBI can still investigate cases in these states, but CBI cannot register these cases in the state itself. Next is Public Investment Fund. So it is a sovereign wealth fund of Saudi Arab. Recently it was in news because it has decided to invest 9,555 crore rupees in RRVL. What is RRVL? It is Reliance Retail Venture Limited for 2.04% equity. And last news is related to SAARC, that is South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. The members are MBBS Payne. So recently the 14th meeting of SAARC Central Bank Governors was organized, and it was chaired by RBI Governor Shaktikant Das. And Mr. Das also inaugurated SAARC Finance Sync. Now what is the SAARC Finance? It is a network of central bank of SAARC countries. That means with the help of this network, SAARC countries' central bank communicate with each other. Recently, WhatsApp Pay got approval from NPCI for payments in our country. And for that purpose, WhatsApp has partnered with 5 Indian banks. These are SBI, Jio Payment Bank, Axis Bank, ICICI Bank and SDFC Bank. Next is Gyanendra Ningobam. So recently he became the new president of Hockey India, and he is from Manipur. Next is OPEC India Dialogue. OPEC is Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. The headquarters of OPEC is in Vienna in Austria. So recently this meeting between India and OPEC countries was organized, and from Indian side Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, who is our petroleum minister, represented our country. Next is AAI NTPC Vidyut Vyapar Nigam. So AAI is Airport Authority of India. Recently it collaborated with entity of NTPC, and the name of this entity is NTPC Vidyut Vyapar Nigam. So these two collaborated to promote electric vehicles, and these two decided to set up solar power plants, and such power plants will be installed at airports. and these power plants will be managed by AAI. AAI is the Airport Authority of India. What is NTPC? It is National Thermal Power Corporation. Next is National Cancer Awareness Day. So it is on 7th of November. Answer in comment box on which day the World Cancer Awareness Day is celebrated. Next is Sagar Kavach. So it is a coastal exercise and it was organized at Paradip Coast in Odisha. For this exercise, two governments collaborated. One is West Bengal government and another is Odisha government. Next is ANT's IPO. So this is an entity of China. This is IPO. IPO stands for Initial Public Offering. Please read the difference between IPO and FPO. So recently it was in news because this entity was planning world's largest IPO. That means it was planning to launch world's largest IPO, but later this plan was stopped and now it has been postponed. So this entity was planning to launch dual IPO, one at Shanghai and another at Hong Kong exchanges. Next is Bull Strike. So this was a combat exercise which was conducted by Andaman and Nicobar Command, and this was a tri-service combat exercise. Tri-service means our Army, Navy and Air Force participated in this exercise. Next is related to Qatar. So recently Qatar announced that it is going to conduct elections for its Shura Council, and these elections will be in October 2021. So these are going to be unprecedented election, and that is why it is important. The capital of Qatar is Doha. Recently Doha was in news because of US-Taliban deal. Recently US was in news because it decided to exit from Paris climate deal. Actually USA had already announced its decision earlier, but now it formally left this Paris climate deal. This deal was signed in 2015. It was signed during COP21. Recently, that means last year, COP25 was organized. It was in Madrid. Madrid is in Spain. And this was under the presidency of Chile government. Recently, Chile government was in news because of referendum, and people voted in the favor of amending the constitution or drafting a new constitution. Next is Argyle Diamond Mine. So this mine is in Australia. Recently it was in news because it will be shutting down its operations after a successful business of 40 years. And this mine is located in the East Kimberley region of Australia. Now, in the context of Kimberley, there is one Kimberley platform for diamonds. Please read about that. What is Kimberley process? Next is overseas investment limits for mutual funds. So recently, SEBI, that is Security and Exchange Board of India, enhanced the investment limit for mutual fund companies for overseas investment. Previously, the limit was $300 million. Now, it has been extended to $600 million. So this is for individual limit. On the other hand, the overall limit for the entire industry of mutual funds is 7 billion. Next is On Days. So it is a Japanese eyewear company. Why it was in news? Because recently it opened its first store in Mumbai. Please note that this is not the first store in entire country, but in Mumbai this is first one. In entire country it is 7th store. It is a company of Japan, India's first solar-based water supply project. So recently this project was started in Arunachal Pradesh, and this is India's first solar-based water supply project. Next is Sudarshan Ratan. So he was Bollywood filmmaker and he passed away recently. Next is first all-women virtual customer service. So recently Amazon started this first all-women virtual customer service in Bengaluru. Next is Nutcut. So this is an Indian movie which was in news. So it was co-produced by Vidya Balan and she played a key role in this movie. So why this movie was in news? Because it has won the prize in the Short Film Festival and therefore it became eligible for 2021 Oscar qualifications. Next is Hazira Gogha ferry service. So these two places were in news because of the ferry service, as recently Prime Minister flagged off the ferry service between Hazira and Gogha in Gujarat. And on this occasion, Prime Minister also announced that Ministry of Shipping will now be renamed as Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Now, in the context of waterways, we have Inland Waterways Authority of India. Answer in comment box where is the headquarters of this authority. Next is India Inequality Report 2020. So this was published by Oxfam. It is a non-governmental organization and the headquarters is in Nairobi in Kenya. Now in the context of inequality, there is a concept of Gini coefficient. Please read about it. Next is Employee Assistance Program. So this program has been started by Bank of Baroda. So under this program, employees will be provided support for their personal and for their professional issues, and this support will be provided in terms of psychological counseling. Next is AIM, that is Atal Innovation Mission Serious Innovation Program 3.0. So this is a collaboration between two entities. One is Atal Innovation Mission and one is Serious Innovation. So it is from Russia, and this Atal Innovation Mission is an initiative of Niti Aayog. So this program has been launched for the children of India and Russia. Next is FASTags. So recently MORTH, that is Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, issued a notification that now FASTags are mandatory for all four-wheelers including old vehicles, and this will be applicable from 1st of January 2021. Now it is mandatory to have these FASTags. Even in the certificate of insurance, FASTags will be mandatory. That means you will have to provide the details of FASTag, and this will be applicable from 1st of April in 2021. JCB Prize for Literature. So Malayalam author S. Harish won the JCB Prize for Literature for his novel Mustache. He is Malayalam author. And the English version of this Mustache is by Jayashree Kalathil. That means Jayashree Kalathil translated this into English. Next is Green Soldiers. So Green Soldiers are those who protect the wildlife and biodiversity. And recently Pake Tiger Reserve became the first tiger reserve in the northeast to provide insurance cover to these green soldiers against COVID-19. This Pake Tiger Reserve is in Arunachal Pradesh. Next is World Science Day for Peace and Development. So this is on 10th of November and the theme was Science for and with Society. Next is Tejpur Lychee. So recently it got GI tag. GI stands for Geographical Indication. Tejpur Lychee is associated to Assam. Next is RBI Kehta Hai. So it is a campaign by Reserve Bank of India. It is a campaign for financial awareness. It is an old campaign. Why it was in news recently? Because RBI decided to evaluate the impact of this campaign. So this campaign was for financial awareness and for safe banking practices. Next is country's longest motorable single lane bridge. So recently this bridge was inaugurated in Uttarakhand. Next is Karkhni Sachi Wari. So it is a Marathi film. Why it was in news recently? Because it is the only Indian film which got entry in Tokyo International Film this year. So this time it is 33rd Tokyo International Film Festival. Tokyo is the capital of Japan. Next is Paris Master 2020. So it is a tennis tournament. Recently it was in news because Daniil Medvedev won this tournament. Daniil Medvedev is from Russia. Next is Your Best Day is Today. So it is a book by Anupam Kher. He is Bollywood actor. Next is Rashati. So it is a book by Sasindran Kalinki, and this is a book on transgender. Next is A.K. Singh. So recently Akshay Kumar Singh was appointed as the Chief Executive of Petronet LNG Limited. Chief Executive. Next is Michael Holding. So he is a cricketer from West Indies. Why he was in news recently? Because he was appointed as new patron of Marylebone Cricket Club Jivika project. So recently this project was given national award, and that is why it was in news. So it is a project by Udhampur district of Jammu and Kashmir, and this is a project for water conservation. Next is International Bird Festival. So next year, that means in 2021, this festival will be in Gorakhpur in Uttar Pradesh. Next is Local for Diwali. So this was a campaign started by Textiles Ministry to support the local artisans and to support the local products. That means Indian handmade products. Next is Ayurveda Day. So every year it is celebrated on the occasion of Dhanvantri Jayanti. And this year it was on 13th of November. And on this occasion, Prime Minister inaugurated two Ayurveda institutions. One was inaugurated in Gujarat, another one was inaugurated in Rajasthan. So in Gujarat, this is in Jamnagar, and it is ITRA, that is Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda. And second institute is in Jaipur, and it is NIA, that is National Institute of Ayurveda. Next is Sarhad Vistar Vikas Utsav 2020, that is Border Area Development. So recently Home Minister Amit Shah inaugurated this, and this was inaugurated at Dhordo village, and it is in Kutch district of Gujarat. So this is related to BADP. What is BADP? It is Border Area Development Program. So in this Vikas Utsav, people from more than 150 border villages participated, and this event was organized under Border Area Development Program, and event was inaugurated by our Home Minister Amit Shah. Next is India's first sandalwood museum. So this is going to be in Mysore in Karnataka. Next is Project Air Care. So this is related to Haryana government, and Haryana government launched this project in Gurugram, and objective is to fight air pollution. Next is Lilium. So it is a German company, and recently it signed an agreement with city of Orlando, and this is in Florida in USA. So why this agreement was signed? It was signed to launch first US transportation hub for flying taxi. So this Lilium is a Germany based aviation startup. Next is FCRA, that is Foreign Contribution Regulation Act. So recently MHA issued notification in the context of FCRA, and this act is for those NGOs who want to receive foreign funding. NGO stands for non-governmental organization. So those NGOs who want to receive foreign funding must have worked for at least 3 years and must have spent 15 lakhs in voluntary activities in order to be eligible to receive the money from different countries. So this is as per the recent notification by MHA, that is Ministry of Home Affairs. Next is COVID Shield Plus. So recently this COVID Shield Plus insurance plan was launched by Edelweiss Tokyo Life Insurance. Next is Dr. K.S. Subramaniam. So recently Dr. K.S. Subramaniam was in news because he was selected for Fertilizer Association of India Golden Jubilee Award. Next is I Am No Masiha. So this is the title of autobiography of Sonu Sood, and it was announced recently. Sonu Sood is Bollywood actor, and his autobiography was announced, and its title is I Am No Masiha. Next is second World Health Expo. So recently this expo was inaugurated in Wuhan. Wuhan is in China. Next is Smart Hub Merchant Solutions. So recently this was launched by HDFC Bank, and it has been launched for SME, that is small and medium size enterprises. Next is Payout Links. So it has been announced by Paytm. Now with the help of these links, the payment can be transferred without collecting the bank details. Next is Wagir. So recently Indian Navy launched this 5th Scorpion class submarine, and this was launched at Majgaon dock of South Mumbai. Next is Zeo Platforms Limited. So recently CCI, that is Competition Commission of India, approved the acquisition of 7.73% shares of this Zeo Platforms Limited by Google. Actually, these shares have been acquired by GIL, that is Google International Limited Liability Corporation, and this is an entity of Google, and Google is an entity of Alphabet. Next is Majhi Bheet. So recently Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari released a book, and it is Majhi Bheet. It means my wall. So this book has been authored by former Maharashtra Education Minister Rajendra Darda. Next is Sacha Samadhan. So this initiative has been announced by Odisha. It is a mobile application, and it has been launched to address the irrigation problems of farmers. Next is Secha Samadhan. So it has been announced by Odisha government. Chief Minister is Naveen Patnaik. It is mobile app, and it has been launched for the farmers to solve their irrigation problems. Next is top 2% scientist of the world. So recently Stanford University issued data of top 2% scientists of the world. This university is in USA. So as per this list, out of top 2% scientists of the world, 1492 are Indians. Next is ITTF Women's World Cup. So Chen Meng won this World Cup. C is from China. What is ITTF? It is International Table Tennis Federation. Next is Operation Green. So recently Operation Green was in news because Ministry of Food Processing and Industries announced 50% subsidy for vegetables and fruits from Himalayan states and from northeast states of our country. That means now government will provide this much subsidy for the air transportation of these vegetables and fruits from these states. That means from Himalayan states and from northeast states. What is Operation Green? Operation Green was started in 2018 for the price fixation of TOP, that is tomato, onion, potato. Later it was extended to different products. Next is Mumbai Metro. So Mumbai Metro will have shock absorbing tracks, and this is going to be first of its kind in our country. Next is support to retired military personnel. So recently China framed a new law to provide support to the retired military personnel. So the idea is to set a national strategy to ensure that special treatment is given to those people who participated in wars. Next is World Pneumonia Day. So it was on 12th of November. Apart from that, 12th of November was also celebrated as Public Service Broadcast Day. So in 1947, on this day, Gandhiji visited the office of All India Radio in Delhi, and that is why it is celebrated as Public Service Broadcasting Day. Next is No-Fly Zone. So recently Armenia declared a no-fly zone in the Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh region. So now no one is allowed to fly over that region except military aircraft. It is important to note that recently Armenia and Azerbaijan signed a peace deal or ceasefire agreement, and Russia played a role of mediator in this. Next is COVID Suraksha Mission. So recently it was announced, and recently Finance Ministry announced grant of 900 crores to DBT, that is Department of Biotechnology, for this COVID Suraksha Mission for the development of COVID vaccine. Next is Vaishno Devi. So recently Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha released gold and silver coins in the name of Vaishno Devi Shrine. Next is Sarna Code. So it is related to a resolution passed by Jharkhand. A detailed video on this topic is already uploaded on Civils Academy. You can check that for more details. Next is US Defense Secretary. So recently Mark Esper was removed from the post of Defense Secretary, and Chris Miller was appointed as new acting Defense Secretary. Apart from him, recently Kash Patel was appointed as the Chief of Staff to this acting US Defense Secretary Chris Miller. And Kash Patel is Indo-American. Khalifa bin Salman Al Khalifa. He was the Prime Minister of Bahrain, and he passed away recently. He was the world's longest serving Prime Minister. He was Prime Minister of Bahrain since 1971. Next is Food Coalition. So it has been launched by FAO, that is Food and Agriculture Organization. Headquarters is in Rome in Italy. So this has been launched to address the COVID-19 impact on the food systems and its impact on the agriculture. Next is Sanchinaman Limbo. So he passed away recently. He was the Chief Minister of Sikkim. That means he was former Chief Minister of Sikkim. Next is Kane Spears. So he was from USA. He was well-known editor and writer. He passed away, and he was known for his animation series Scooby-Doo. Next is Edelgive Hurun India Philanthropy List. So as per this list, Azim Premji is on top position in terms of philanthropy. Please note that this list is of Indians only. So Azim Premji, the founder and chairperson of Wipro, is on top position. Shiv Nadar of HCL is on second position, and Mukesh Ambani of Reliance Group is on third position as per this philanthropy list. Next is Tata Literature Lifetime Achievement Award. So Ruskin Bond was selected for this Tata Literature Lifetime Achievement Award. Next is 151st birth anniversary of Gandhiji. So on the occasion of 150th birth anniversary of Gandhiji, and to commemorate it, Nepal released a special pictorial anthology on Gandhiji. and this anthology is written in Nepali. The Prime Minister of Nepal is KP Sharma Oli. President of Nepal is Vidya Devi Bhandari. And Indian Ambassador to Nepal is Vinay Mohan Katara. Next is OTT. OTT stands for Over-the-Top Media Service. So, it means the media content which is directly given to the users through internet. So, this Amazon, Netflix, all these are OTT platforms. Why OTT platforms were in use? Because now they are under government domain. That means they are under the purview of government. And INB Ministry, that is Information and Broadcasting Ministry, will be the nodal authority for the content management. That means for the regulation. It is important to note that OTT platforms do not need certification from CBFC. What is CBFC? It is Central Board of Film Certification. So usually when films are released in our country, they need certification from CBFC. But in case of OTT, no such certification is needed. So there were certain demands that the content on these platforms is unregulated, and that is why now it will be regulated by INB Ministry. Next is Priya Gold. So recently Priya Gold appointed Kiara Advani as a brand ambassador. Next is 17th ASEAN India Summit. So Vietnam is the chair of ASEAN for this year. ASEAN is an association of Southeast Asian nations, and 10 countries are the members of this grouping. These are BPL, TV, MMICS. So this is mnemonics for these 10 countries. So the 17th meeting is going to be on 12th of November. From Indian side, Prime Minister will attend this meeting. Next is 20th SCO Council of Heads of State. SCO stands for Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Headquarters is in Beijing. Total 8 countries are the members of SCO. 4 Central Asian countries are the member except Turkmenistan, and then Russia, China, India and Pakistan are the members. So recently the 20th SCO meeting of Council of Heads of States was organized. It was under the presidency of Russia. From Indian side, our Prime Minister attended this meeting. Next is Railways Hospital Management Information System. So recently Railways signed MOU. That is Indian Railways signed MOU with RailTel Corporation. So this RailTel Corporation will now manage this Railways Hospital Management Information System. Next is world's first 6G experimental satellite. So this was launched by China. Next is IIT Guwahati. So this was in news because of Australia-India Water Center. So from Indian side, this water center is led by IIT Guwahati. From Australian side, University of Western Sydney will be the nodal authority for the collaboration between these two countries in the field of water. Next is Thawasami. So this is a book which was launched by Vice President M. Venkaiah Naidu. And the author of this book are R.S. Chakradhar, and it is co-authored by A.S. Dipti. Next is Vikas Bajaj. So recently Vikas Bajaj has been elected as the president of AIFI. What is AIFI? It is Association of Indian Forging Industry. Next is 300 million doses of vaccine. So recently European Union was in news as it is going to purchase 300 million doses of coronavirus vaccine developed by BioNTech and Pfizer. Next is Project Future Ready. So recently NSDC launched this initiative. What is NSDC? It is National Skill Development Corporation. So it has launched this Project Future Ready in collaboration with Dell and University of Mumbai. So under this initiative, 1 lakh students will be given skill training, and out of these 1 lakh, 60% are going to be female. Next is Cancer Sends No Notification. So this is a campaign which has been launched by Bharti AXA General Insurance. Next is Insomnia Army Stories. So this is a book by Rachna Best. Next is Dobra Chanti Bridge. So this is a bridge in Uttarakhand and it is on Tihri Lake. And recently this was inaugurated and it is India's longest motorable suspension bridge. It is important to note that recently Uttarakhand celebrated Statehood Day and it was on 9th of November. So 9th of November is the Statehood Day. That means on this day Uttarakhand was formed. Next is 11th of November. So 11th of November was celebrated as National Education Day and it is celebrated on the birth anniversary of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. He was the first education minister of independent India. P.G. Kakodkar. He was former SBI chairperson. He passed away recently. Next is Soumitra Chatterjee. So he was well-known Bengali film actor. A legend actor passed away recently. Next is Jerry Rawlings. So he was the former president of Ghana. He also passed away recently. So all these three personalities passed away recently. Apart from him, recently Arjun Prajapati passed away, and he was well-known sculptor. Next is Haidarpur wetland. So this wetland is in Uttar Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh administration is working for the conservation of this wetland so that it can be considered as a part of Ramsar Convention. Ramsar Convention is for wetlands. Next is Boskiana. So it is a book on Guljar, and it is a book by Radhakrishnan Prakashan. Next is world's first children's tram car. So recently it was in news because it was started in Kolkata. So it is world's first tram library for children, and it was started on Children's Day, and it was on 14th November. So in our country, Children's Day is celebrated on 14th of November. Answer in comment box on which day World Children's Day is celebrated. Now 14th of November was also observed as World Diabetes Day, and the theme of this year's diabetes was the nurse and diabetes. Now 14th was Diabetes Day as well as Children's Day. On the other hand, 13th of November was celebrated as Kindness Day. Next is Consumer Culture Lab. So recently IIM Udaipur set up this Consumer Culture Lab. The idea is to understand the mindset of Indian consumers. Next is Pneumonia and Diarrhea Progress Report. So this report was recently released, and it was released by IVAC, that is International Vaccine Access Center. Next is 2020 UN Population Award. So recently these awards were announced. So in institutional category, it was given to Help Age India, and in individual category, it was given to Queen Mother of Bhutan, and C is SC Wangchuk. Next is G77. So recently this grouping was in news as India's permanent representative to United Nations, T.S. Trimurti, virtually addressed the 44th annual meeting of G77 grouping. Presently, that means for this year, Guyana is the chair country. Next is India's longest river bridge in Northeast. So L&T, that is Larsen and Toubro, is going to construct India's longest river bridge in Northeast, and recently it emerged as lowest bidder for this bridge. So this bridge is over Brahmaputra river. So it will be India's longest bridge over a river in Northeast. It will be over Brahmaputra river, and it will connect Dhubri of Assam to Phulbare of Meghalaya. Next is Renewables 2020 Analysis and Forecast to 2025. So recently this report was released by IEA, that is International Energy Agency, and as per this report, India is going to witness the largest growth in renewable energy sector after COVID-19. Next is Dr. Vivek Murthy. So recently he was in news because he was the co-chair of a task force on COVID-19 which was constituted by US President-elect Joe Biden. So Dr. Vivek Murthy is Indo-American surgeon. Next is Emporis 2020 Skyscraper Award. So this was given to Lakhta Center, and it is in St. Petersburg in Russia. So this building won the first prize, while a building in China won the second prize, and a building in New York in USA won the third prize. Next is Rhonexilus. So it is a name given to new tree frog which was discovered in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Next is World Book Capital. So recently Guadalajara was named as the World Book Capital for 2022. For 2021, Tbilisi is the World Book Capital. So it is in Georgia, and this Guadalajara is in Mexico. Next is Jeevan Seva app. So this app has been launched by Delhi government. Why it has been launched? It is an initiative to help the COVID-19 patients to reach to the healthcare facilities through EV, that is electric vehicles. So idea is to promote electric vehicles and to promote transport facilities. And for this purpose, Jeevan Seva app has been launched by Delhi government. Now recently, Delhi government was also in news as Delhi High Court approved the Delhi government plan to reserve 80% of ICU beds in certain private hospitals for COVID patients. Next is Global Center on Traditional Medicine. So WHO, that is World Health Organization, is going to set Global Center on Traditional Medicine in India. Next is Wildlife Rescue App. So this app was in news as recently it was launched by the Forest Department of Chandigarh. Next is Rupediha Nepal Gunj. So recently India and Nepal decided to construct third integrated checkpost, that is ICP, to boost the trade between India and Nepal. So from Indian side it is going to be in Rupediha in Uttar Pradesh, and from Nepal side it is going to be in Nepal Gunj. It is important to note that already we have two ICP. One is in Bir Gunj and second one is in Biratnagar, and third one is going to be this one. Next is ban on US investors. So recently Trump issued executive order to ban the investors from USA to invest in the Chinese company that support China's military. That means as a US investor, you cannot invest in those Chinese companies which support the China's military in any way. Next is Jaisalmer. So recently Jaisalmer was in news because Prime Minister decided to celebrate Diwali festival with the soldiers in Jaisalmer, and during his visit to Jaisalmer he also visited Longewala post. So this post is in Rajasthan and it was key battle, that means Battle of Longewala was key battle during the Indo-Pak War of 1971. In fact, Bangladesh was created as a result of this war, and next year Bangladesh is going to celebrate 50 years of its independence. India played a key role in this. Next is Enforcement Directorate. So the Director of Enforcement Directorate is S.K. Mishra. Recently he was in news because central government extended his tenure by 1 year. Next is Qualcomm. So recently it was in news because it got permissions from USA to sell chips, that means 4G chips, to China. Actually, because of the trade war between USA and China, this company Qualcomm was forced to stop selling of these chips to China in September 2019. Now it got permissions from the US government and therefore it can sell these 4G chips to China. Next is NSE, that is National Stock Exchange. So recently it was in news because NSE is going to launch first agricultural commodity futures contract for crude soybean oil, and this facility will be launched from 1st of December. So this is first agriculture commodity futures contract. Next is Inter-Ministerial Committee to strengthen the capital goods sector. So recently Ministry of Heavy Industries announced that an Inter-Ministerial Committee has been constituted to strengthen the capital goods sector to increase its contribution so that we can achieve the target of 5 trillion economy and target of 1 trillion manufacturing sector. So for this purpose, the committee, that means the Inter-Ministerial Committee, was constituted, and this committee will be headed by Secretary of DHI, that is Department of Heavy Industries. Now this Ministry of Heavy Industries was also in news because of FAME scheme. Answer in comment box what is FAME. Present minister is Prakash Javadekar. He is the Minister of Information and Broadcasting as well. Recently this ministry was in news as now OTT platforms will be regulated by Information and Broadcasting Ministry. OTT platforms like Amazon, Netflix, so now their content will be regulated by the government. Ravi Belagre. So he was noted journalist and writer and he passed away recently. He was from Karnataka. Next is Indian Railways first ever food truck. So the first ever food truck of Indian Railways was started at Pune railway station. Pune is in Maharashtra and it is going to be the host of Indian Science Congress in 2021. Next is Aerial Space Mission. So this mission has been launched by ESA, that is European Space Agency, and this has been launched for the study of exoplanets. What is the meaning of this term exoplanet? It means those planets who are outside the solar system and who orbit around stars other than sun. That means they do not orbit around sun, but they do orbit around any other star. So to study such exoplanets, European Space Agency have launched this aerial space mission. Next is Vidya Balan. So recently she was in news because QMath appointed her as brand ambassador. QMath is a math learning platform. So it is a platform for maths. Next is MobiKwik. So recently MobiKwik became the first non-bank company to launch MobiKwik Blue American Express card in our country. Next is oil palm project. So this project is related to Manipur government, and recently Manipur government announced this project. Now this cultivation of oil palm can be used as alternative to jhum cultivation and to the poppy cultivation in the state. So this cultivation of oil palm will be promoted, and this will be helpful for the environment as well as it will increase the income of farmers. So this is related to Manipur. Next is Turkish Grand Prix 2020. So Lewis Hamilton won this Turkish Grand Prix 2020. Next, International Children's Peace Prize 2020. So Sadat Rahman from Bangladesh won this Peace Prize. Now why he was given this prize? He had set up a social organization and a mobile app named Cyber Teens. So this platform helps in preventing cyberbullying, and because of this good work he has been selected for International Children's Peace Prize. Next is SARS campaign. So this is a campaign, and recently it was launched by Odisha government on the occasion of World Pneumonia Day. What is the full form of SARS? It is social awareness and action to neutralize pneumonia successfully. Next is Google Photos. So recently Google Photos was in news because it will end its free unlimited storage from 1st of June in 2021, and then there will be a limit on storage, and it is 15 GB, and after that means if you are going to use more than 15 GB, then obviously you will have to pay. Next is Ramsar Convention. So it is related to wetland conservation. Recently 2 more sites from India were added. So these are Lonar Lake, so this is in Maharashtra, and second one is Sur Sarovar Lake, so this is in Uttar Pradesh, and this lake is also known as Keetham Lake. So now total wetland sites in our country are 41, and we have highest wetland sites in South Asia. Next is Statue of Peace. So recently Prime Minister inaugurated the Statue of Peace in Rajasthan, and it was launched to mark the birth anniversary of Jainacharya Sri Vijay Vallabh Shureshwar. So this is 151-inch tall statue, and it is made of Ashtadhatu, that means 8 metals, and copper is a major component. So Sri Vijay Vallabh Shureshwar was a Jain monk, and to mark his 151st birth anniversary, 151-inch statue was inaugurated by Prime Minister in Rajasthan. To be specific, it is in Pali district of Rajasthan, and it is in Jaitpura. That means in Jaitpura in Pali district in Rajasthan. Next is 15th East Asia Summit. So our External Affairs Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, attended this event and represented India. So this was a summit between ASEAN and 8 other countries. So total 18 countries participated in this. From Indian side, our External Affairs Minister participated, and the summit was chaired by Prime Minister of Vietnam. Why Prime Minister of Vietnam? Because Vietnam is the chair of ASEAN for this year. ASEAN is Association of Southeast Asian Nations. It is an association of 10 countries. Next is QRSAM, that is Quick Reaction Surface to Air Missile System. So recently this was launched by DRDO, that is Defense Research and Development Organization. Next is 5 parties. So this term was in news because China organized a conference with South Asian countries for the COVID-19. So China is trying to use COVID-19 to increase its presence in the South Asian countries. So total 5 countries were the participant in this conference, and these are known as 5 parties. So these countries are China, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. Next is Bharat Darshan Yatra. So IRCTC is going to conduct this Bharat Darshan Yatra, and it will start from Hyderabad and from Sikandrabad. And the theme of this yatra is going to be Show India to Indians. Next is 16th of November. So it was celebrated as International Day of Tolerance. It was also celebrated as Press Day. Next is Chief Minister of Bihar. So Nitish Kumar, the chief of JDU, took oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 7th time, and this is his 4th term. So please understand the difference. this is going to be his 4th term, but overall he took oath as the Chief Minister for the 7th time. How is it possible? See, suppose he was selected Chief Minister for this tenure, then this coalition had some problem and the Chief Minister lost the majority. Then he formed the government with another party. Again, he took oath as the Chief Minister. So this is how he took oath as the Chief Minister for the 7th time, but overall it is going to be his 4th term. Next is Vital Statistics of India based on Civil Registration System. So recently this was launched by Registrar General of India. And as per this, Arunachal Pradesh recorded the best sex ratio. So in case of Arunachal Pradesh, it was 1084. So first is Arunachal Pradesh with 1084. Then we have Nagaland with 965. Then Mizoram with 964. And then Kerala with 963. These are the best performers. In case of worst performers, Manipur is the worst performer with 757. And Lakshadweep is on 2nd position with 839. A.N. Bahaduri Memorial Lecture Award. So, Dr. Sushant Kar has been selected for this Memorial Lecture Award. Next is Masatoshi Koshiba. So, he was from Japan and he was a Nobel Prize winner. He was well-known physicist and he passed away recently. So, he won Nobel Prize in 2002 for detection of cosmic neutrinos. Next is Navneet Munot. So, recently SDFC Mutual Fund appointed Navneet Munot as new CEO. Next is Abhijit Gupta. So, recently Abhijit Gupta was recognized as world's youngest author. So, International Book of Records recognized 7-year-old Abhijit Gupta as world's youngest author. His book is Happiness All Around. Next is Renu Devi. So recently she became Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar and she is the first women Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. Recently Nitish Kumar took oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar and he took oath as the Chief Minister for 7th time and this is going to be his 4th term. So she is first women Chief Minister of Bihar. Apart from her, Tarkishore Prasad took oath as the Deputy Chief Minister. Next is Maya Sandhu. So recently she was in news because she is the former Prime Minister of Moldova and now she is set to become the first women President of Moldova. Moldova is a country in Europe. Next is Finance Keeper. So recently Finance Keeper appointed Rohit Sharma as brand ambassador. Next is Sonu Sood. So recently Election Commission of India appointed him as the state icon of Punjab. The title of his autobiography is I Am No Masiha. Next is Women's T20 Challenge. So Jio was the sponsor of this tournament. It was organized in UAE and Trailblazers won the title. Next is Payment and Settlement Systems Act of 2007. So recently RBI imposed a penalty of 1 crore rupee on PNB, that is Punjab National Bank, for violation of this Payment and Settlement Systems Act. In simplest term, PNB was operating a bilateral ATM sharing agreement with Druk PNB Bank. So it is associated to Bhutan and with this bank, it was sharing a bilateral agreement for ATM sharing. And this was done without prior approval from RBI and that is why RBI imposed a penalty of 1 crore. Next is Neo Banking Platform. So SBM Bank has partnered with Pay Nearby to launch Neo Banking Platform. Now this SBM Bank is wholly owned subsidiary of State Bank of Mauritius. Next is Muh Band Rakho campaign. So this was a campaign launched by HDFC to create awareness on cyber frauds. Recently one more awareness campaign was in news and it is lung cancer awareness. So the month of November is observed as the Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Apart from that, on 17th of November, International Students' Day was observed. 17th of November was also observed as National Epilepsy Day. Next is first city to get ISO tag for FSSM. What is FSSM? It is fecal, sludge and septage management. So recently Bhubaneswar became the first city in our country to get ISO tag for FSSM. Bhubaneswar is in Odisha. Next is CANI SMC project. So what is this project? It is Chennai, Andaman and Nicobar Islands submarine cable project. So recently this project was inaugurated by Prime Minister. Idea is to provide faster and reliable internet and telecom services to the Andaman and Nicobar Island. Now, for this project, recently Andaman and Nicobar Islands signed an agreement with USOF and with BSNL. That means this agreement has been signed for the operation and management of this project. It is a tripartite agreement and three parties are Andaman and Nicobar Administration, USOF. What is USOF? It is Universal Service Obligation Fund. So usually telecom companies have to pay certain amount of money into this fund, and then this fund is used for the development of telecom infrastructure in the underdeveloped areas. And third party is BSNL, that is Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Next is BMI, that is Body Mass Index. So it is a measure of body fat based on height and weight. Recently, Lancet Health Journal published a report, and as per that report, India is worst performer in youth height and in body mass index. So in body mass index, India is on 196th position. Next is Ruchi Soya. So it is a company of Patanjali. Why it was in news? Because of FPO. FPO stands for follow on public offer. So this company Ruchi Soya is going to launch FPO. It is a company of Patanjali. FPO stands for follow on public offer. So please read the difference between FPO and IPO. Next is DIPAM, that is Department of Investment and Public Asset Management. So it is under Finance Ministry. Recently it signed agreement with World Bank. So now World Bank is going to provide advisory services to this DIPAM, and this department plays a key role in strategic disinvestment. Next is Scapec. So it was a gaming startup company which has been acquired by Flipkart Group. Next is RBIH, that is Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. So recently S. Gopal Krishnan has been appointed as the first chairperson of this RBIH. Next is Star Mutual Fund Corp Direct Portal. So this has been launched by BSE, that is Bombay Stock Exchange, and it has been launched for the corporates, and it is an investment portal for the corporates. BSE is Bombay Stock Exchange. Next is Kadalu app. So this app has been launched for fishermen, and it has been launched by Coastal Security Police. It has been launched in Udupi of Karnataka. Next is Asia's first solar powered enabled textile mill. So Jai Bhavani Women's Cooperative Textile is going to be the first textile mill which is solar powered, and it is going to be first such textile mill in Asia, and this is in Parbani in Maharashtra. Next is EVA. So recently Equitas Small Finance Bank launched EVA. It is a unique saving account for women, and Smriti Mandhana, a cricketer, has been appointed as its brand ambassador. Next is Nowcast. So recently RBI published Nowcast. It is a data published by RBI, and as per this, India is in first historic technical recession. Next is Child Rights Week. So Rajasthan government is celebrating Child Rights Week from November 14th to November 20th. And on this occasion, various new initiatives were announced by the state government. And the financial support for these initiatives will be provided through Nehru Child Protection Fund. So this fund was announced by the state government in this year's budget. So this is related to Rajasthan. And the Rajasthan Chief Minister launched two new schemes for orphan kids. These are Vatsalya Yojana and Smarth Yojana. So these are related to orphan and destitute children. Apart from that, Rajasthan Health Minister launched Impact app. So this Impact app stands for Integrated System for Monitoring of PCPNDT. So this Impact app has been launched for the better implementation of this PCPNDT Act. This act was enacted by the government to prevent female feticide. Last news is related to SpaceX. So it is a company by Elon Musk. Recently it was in news because it launched 4 astronauts to ISS, that is International Space Station. Out of these 4, 1 is from Japan and 3 are from USA. So recently SpaceX launched these 4 astronauts for NASA. And the name of rocket was Falcon, and name of this capsule was Resilience. Name of company is SpaceX. It is headed by Elon Musk. India's first launch hardware for Gaganyaan mission. So recently L&T, that is Larsen & Toubro, handed over India's first launch hardware to ISRO, and this is for Gaganyaan mission, and it is a booster and it is named as S200. So if a question is S200 is related to, so it is related to Gaganyaan mission. It is a booster and it is delivered by Larsen & Toubro. What is ISRO? It is Indian Space Research Organization. Next is India's first 100 megawatt convergence project. So recently EESL, that is Energy Efficiency Services Limited, signed MOU with DNRE of Goa. What is DNRE? It is Department of New and Renewable Energy of Goa. So the objective is to set up India's first 100 megawatt convergence project in Goa. So it is going to be a decentralized solar convergence project. Next is Reciprocal Access Agreement. So it is a defense agreement signed between Australia and Japan for better cooperation in the field of defense and to counter the dominance of China in the region. Recently, Japan was also in news because of Hanko stamp. Next is Ajay Kumar. So recently, diplomat Ajay Kumar, who is India's High Commissioner to Uganda, has now been concurrently appointed as India's envoy to Burundi. Next is Action Plan for Vulture Conservation. So recently government announced this action plan for vulture conservation. It is a 5-year plan from 2020 to 2025. Actually, because of the use of diclofenac, the vultures were dying. Now, as per this action plan, the government is going to set up a system that will automatically remove the use of this diclofenac. Next is Chapare virus. So recently Bolivia, a South American country, was in news because of this Chapare virus. And this Chapare is name of area in La Paz. La Paz is the executive capital of Bolivia. A detailed video on this topic is already uploaded on Civils Academy channel in Hindi as well as in English. You can watch that. Next is ATP Tour number 1 trophy. So recently Novak Djokovic was given this ATP Tour number 1 trophy for finishing the year 2020 as world number 1, and therefore he became the only second player in the history of tennis to receive this trophy for 6th time. He is only second such player to do so. First such player is Pete Sampras. Next is World's Best Cities ranking. So recently this ranking was released by Resonance Consultancy Limited. As per this ranking, London is on top position, while New York is on 2nd position and Paris in France is on 3rd position. From Indian side, only one city is mentioned and it is Delhi. It is on 62nd position. Next is G20 Global Smart Cities Alliance. So recently this alliance was in news because WEF, that is World Economic Forum, named 36 cities, and these cities will be developed by this G20 Global Smart Cities Alliance. And out of these 36, 4 are from India. These 4 are Bengaluru, Faridabad, Indore and Hyderabad. Next is Lakshmi Vilas Bank. So recently this bank was in news because of 1 month moratorium. Now there is a limit on withdrawal from this bank and it is 25,000. That means the limit is 25,000. It is important to note that recently RBI proposed a scheme of amalgamation of this bank. That means amalgamation of Lakshmi Vilas Bank with DBS Bank India Limited. That is DBIL. This DBIL is a subsidiary of DBS Bank of Singapore. Next is Reporting India, My 70-Year Journey as a Journalist. So this is a book by Prem Prakash. He is a veteran journalist. Next is CASA Mobilization Campaign. So this is a campaign by Karnataka Bank. What is the full form of CASA? It stands for Current Account Saving Account. So it is a campaign to include the unbanked and to provide more services to those who already have bank accounts. Next is eRupaya and PaySe. So these two entities were in news as RBI, that is Reserve Bank of India, completed first phase of regulatory sandbox retail payments with these two entities. So these two are the products of natural Support Consultancy and of Nucleus Software Exports Limited. So this is a New Delhi based company, and this Natural Support Consultancy is a Jaipur based company, and this eRupaya is a product of this Natural Support Consultancy, and PaySe is a product of Nucleus Software Exports Limited. Recently, these two were in news because of the regulatory sandbox test permitted by Reserve Bank of India. Next is FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. So, FIFA cancelled the Women's Youth Tournament, and now the events will be organized in 2022. So, Under-17 event will be hosted by India in 2022, and Under-20 Women's World Cup will be hosted by Costa Rica. Please remember, these are related to football, and these are going to be women's tournament. Next is Vice Admiral John Thomas Gosselin. So recently he was in news because he passed away, and he was officer of Indian Navy, and he had served as naval officer in the Second World War, and that is why it is important from exam perspective. Apart from him, recently Bhanwar Lal Meghwal passed away. He was a minister in Rajasthan. Next is Yes Bank NeoCred card. So recently Yes Bank partnered with NeoCred to issue co-branded prepaid card for cashless payments. And next is Lilavati Award. So recently Education Minister Ramesh Nishank launched Lilavati Award for 2020. This is an initiative by AICTE, that is All India Council for Technical Education. So this initiative was launched to promote women empowerment. So the theme of this Lilavati Award for 2020 is Women Empowerment. Mridula Sinha. So she was the first women governor of Goa, and she passed away recently. Next is S.N. Rajeswari. So recently she was appointed as a member of IRDAI. IRDAI is a regulator of insurance sector, and IRDAI stands for Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. Next is P8I. So recently Indian Navy received this P8I surveillance aircraft from USA, and this was received at INS Hansa at the Goa Naval Air Base. Now it is important to note that this P8I has been developed by Boeing, so it is US based company. Next is Bhuvan. So it is a geo portal developed and managed by ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization. Why this Bhuvan portal was in use? Because recently UN ESCAP, that is United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. So this commission released a report, and the title was Geospatial Practices for Sustainable Development, and this report highlighted the role of Bhuvan portal in combating COVID-19 in our country. Next is first Indian city with gender specific urban plan. So Mumbai is the first city of our country to have a urban plan with a special focus on the gender specific initiatives. And in this context, BMC, that is Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, released a new document. Next is Francisco Sagasti. So recently he became the interim president of Peru. Peru is a South American country. So the previous president was Martin Vizcarra, and he was impeached by the Congress of Peru, and that is why new president was appointed, and he was Manuel Merino. But he resigned, and now Francisco Sagasti has been appointed as interim president till the general elections. Interim means for the time being, that is temporary. Next is MPL Sports. So MPL stands for Mobile Premier League, and recently BCCI, that is Board of Control for Cricket in India, announced that MPL Sports is going to be the official kit sponsor of Indian cricket team. Present BCCI president is Sourav Ganguly. Next is cardless EMI. So this initiative has been announced by ICICI Bank, and for this it has partnered with Pine Labs. So now you can get the benefits of EMI without using any card. So how this will be done? This will be done with the help of your PAN card and with the help of your mobile number. So this is new initiative started by ICICI Bank. Next is Param Siddhi. So it is supercomputer. Actually recently two supercomputers were in use. One is Param Siddhi and another is Mihir. So these two were in news because they were in the list of top 500 world's most powerful supercomputers, and in that list Param Siddhi was on 63rd position and Mihir was on 146th position. Next is Jeevan Dhara. So this is an initiative started by Himachal Pradesh government. So this is a mobile van and it is going to function as PHC, that is primary health center. So the idea is to provide health services at your doorsteps. Next is Mahapashudhan Sanjeevani. So this initiative is related to Maharashtra, and recently BFIL, that is Bharat Financial Inclusion Limited, signed an agreement with Animal Husbandry Department of Maharashtra government. The idea is to provide doorstep delivery of livestock care. That means doorstep facilities for animals. And for that, Bharat Finance Inclusion Limited has partnered with Maharashtra government. This Bharat Financial Inclusion Limited is a subsidiary of IndusInd Bank. So this initiative will be implemented under Mukhyamantri Pashu Swasthya Yojana. Next is Tigress on the Trail. So recently 15 prominent bikers, that means 15 prominent women bikers, started a unique adventurous motorcycle trip, and this was started from Madhya Pradesh. So they are going to visit the common tourist spots of Madhya Pradesh, and this journey has been named as Tigress on the Trail. Next is Finance Commission in COVID time. So this was a report and it was submitted by Finance Commission. It is important to note that presently we have 15th Finance Commission, head is N.K. Singh. So as per this report, the government need to increase public-private partnership in the health sector, and it need to increase the public spending on health, and the target is to reach 2.5% of GDP by 2024. It also suggested that there should be all India medical services. And last news is related to FDI for digital news media. So on 16th of November, I&B Ministry, that is Information and Broadcasting Ministry, released a new notification that all the news websites, portals and current affair providers through digital media, they need to comply with the guidelines of 26% of FDI in digital news media. That means as of now, for the FDI in digital news media section, the limit is 26%, and those entities who have more than 26% of FDI, they need to bring it down to 26% in next 1 year. That means by 15th of October till 2021. In simplest term, if you are a digital news media platform and if you have received FDI, that is foreign direct investment, and if it is more than 26%, then you need to bring it down to 26% in next 1 year. Now I&B Ministry was also in news as it is going to regulate OTT platforms. GST Bhavan. GST stands for Goods and Service Tax. There is GST Council. It is headed by Finance Minister. Now GST Bhavan was recently inaugurated by CBIC chairperson M. Ajit Kumar, and this is in Panchkula, and Panchkula is in Haryana. What is CBIC? It is Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. Next is Delhi, Ghaziabad, Meerut, RRTS. What is RRTS? It is Regional Rapid Transit System. So recently, Government of India signed agreement with New Development Bank for the financing facility for this project, and New Development Bank is going to lend $500 million for this project. New Development Bank is a bank by BRICS nations. Next is World Bank, Meghalaya. So to improve the connectivity in Meghalaya, World Bank is going to provide $120 million. Next is My Stamp. So it is a unique initiative started by Department of Post. So now any person or corporate organization can book and can get personalized photograph or an image of postage stamp. So on these lines, recently My Stamp on Chhath Puja was released by Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad. Next is World Children's Day. So it was celebrated on 20th of November. Now 20th of November was also celebrated as Africa Industrialization Day. On the other hand, 21st of November was celebrated as World Television Day. 21st of November was also celebrated as World Fisheries Day. Apart from that, the week from 15th of November to 21st of November was celebrated as National Newborn Week. Next is Vatayan Lifetime Achievement Award. So recently, Minister of Education, that is Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank, was selected for this Vatayan Lifetime Achievement Award. Next is the Republican Ethics and Loktantra Ke Swar. So these two books were recently inaugurated. So these two books were recently launched by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and by Information and Broadcasting Minister Prakash Javadekar. So these are the collection of selected speeches of our President Ramnath Kovind. Next is RuPay Card Phase 2nd. So recently, Prime Minister of India and Bhutan virtually launched second phase of RuPay Card. Now this will allow the people of Bhutan to access the RuPay network in our country. The phase 1, that is first phase, was launched in August 29. Next is COPAT. So it is a coordinated patrol between India and Thailand. So this was 30th coordinated patrol between Indian Navy and Thailand Navy. So from Indian side, the INS Karmuk participated in this exercise. From Thailand side, Trapuri participated in this coordinated patrol exercise by navies of both countries. Next is ISO certification for quality management. So recently, North Police Station got this certification, and this police station is in Kohima, and Kohima is the capital city of Nagaland. Next is Trace Bribery Risk Matrix 2020. So this is a risk matrix, and as per this risk matrix, India is on 77th position this year. In 2019, our position was 78, and this is released by Trace International. Now, in this context, answer in comment box who released Corruption Perception Index. The Future Skills Prime platform. So this is a platform launched by NASSCOM. So this is an online platform, and the beta version of this platform was recently launched by NASSCOM. So this will provide a platform for digital learning, and it has been launched by NASSCOM in association with MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So this will help in increasing our digital talent. Next is Australian Academy of Cinema and Television Art Award. So recently 3 movies were selected for this. These 3 are Thappad, Chapak and Shubh Mangal Jada Sauthan. Next is ISB ICWA. ISB stands for Indian School of Business. So recently ISB collaborated with ICWA. ICWA is Indian Council of World Affairs. So these two decided to collaborate for the research in the field of international relations and to promote India's relationship with different countries. Next is Agastya Jaiswal. So recently, a boy from Hyderabad, Agastya Jaiswal, was in news because he claimed that he is the first Indian student to complete graduation at the age of 14. Next is India Bulls Housing Finance. So recently, it appointed Deenbandhu Mohapatra as the independent director for the period of 3 years. Next is Amazon Future Builders Program. So recently, Amazon announced this program for the students of top business schools. So under this program, Amazon will prepare these students for the leadership role at the company. Next is PDPU, that is Pandit Deen Dayal Petroleum University. Recently, this university was in news because Prime Minister addressed the convocation of this university. So it is important to know that this university is in Gandhinagar and it is in Gujarat. Next is G20 Summit. So it was under the presidency of Saudi Arabia, and from Indian side, our Prime Minister attended this event. It was the 15th G20 Summit, and the theme was realizing opportunities of 21st century for all. Next is Women's T20 World Cup. So recently ICC, that is International Cricket Council, postponed the Women's T20 World Cup. So previously it was supposed to be organized in 2022. Now it will be organized in 2023 and it will be in South Africa. The headquarters of ICC is in Dubai in UAE. ICC stands for International Cricket Council. Next is GC Murmu. So he is our present CAG, that is Comptroller and Auditor General. Why he was in news? Because he has been elected as the external auditor of IPU. What is IPU? That is Inter-Parliamentary Union. So he has been elected as the external auditor of IPU for a period of 3 years. Next is Paris Agreement. So it is a Paris Climate Agreement that was signed in 2015. So it is a Paris Climate Agreement that came into picture in 2015, and recently it was in news because India is the only country in G20 countries which is on the track to meet the Paris Agreement targets. Now, what was the objective of this Paris Agreement? The objective is to reduce GHG, that is greenhouse gases, so that the global temperature increase in this century can be prevented up to 2 degrees Celsius and attempts can be made to prevent it or to limit it to 1.5 degree. In simplest term, because of the greenhouse gases, temperature is increasing. The idea is to make sure that by 2100, that means by this year, the temperature rise should not be beyond 2 degrees Celsius. In fact, the steps will be taken to prevent it till 1.5 degree only. That means till the increment of 1.5 degree only. Next is Mala Adiga. So she is Indo-American. She was in news because recently she was appointed as the policy director of Jill Biden. She is going to be the first lady of USA. That means Jill Biden is going to be the first lady of USA. Next is Dr. Bish Agrawal. So recently he became the first Asian to receive AESC Lifetime Achievement Award. What is this AESC? It is Association of Executive Search and Leadership Consultants. So he became the first Asian to receive this award, and that's why it is important. Next is Green Climate Fund. So recently GCF approved $256 million for Bangladesh so that it can reduce its GHG emissions to meet the Paris Agreement targets. Next is Dr. Adam Yo Liu. So recently Dr. Adam Yo won the Exim Bank's BRICS Economic Research Award for his PhD. Next is Atmanirbhar MP. So recently Madhya Pradesh government announced the 3-year roadmap to be Atmanirbhar. That is Atmanirbhar Madhya Pradesh 2023. And it is the first state to release a roadmap for self-reliance under Prime Minister's Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. Next is Osho Corp Global. So recently this company was in news as it became the first private firm to receive Indian Army's approval for manufacturing the specialized ammunitions for main battle tanks. So this company became the first private firm to receive the approval of Indian Army for manufacturing specialized ammunitions for main battle tanks, that is T-72 and T-9. And the headquarters of this company is in New Delhi. Copernicus Sentinel Michael Freilich satellite. So recently this satellite was in news. It is a joint venture of NASA, that is the Space Agency of USA, and ESA, that is European Space Agency. So it is a joint initiative by these two institutions to monitor the rising global sea level. So two important points. First, it is a joint initiative of NASA and ESA. Second is it will monitor the rising global sea level. Next is Aditya Vikram Birla Kala Shikhar Puruskar. So recently actor Nasruddin Shah was selected for this award, and this was given at annual Sangeet Kala Kendra Awards. Next is India's first Moss Garden. So this is in Nainital district of Uttarakhand. Next is Zero Emission Electric Mobility. So recently a study was conducted by IOCL. What is IOCL? It is Indian Oil Corporation Limited. So it conducted a study on the feasibility of zero emission electric mobility. Now what is the meaning of this term, zero emission electric mobility? So it is a concept that allows the electric vehicles to charge using solar power and to ensure zero emissions. So charging will be done through solar power and emissions will be zero. This is the crux of this concept, and recently a feasibility study was conducted by IOCL in this matter. Now for the promotion of electric vehicles, a scheme was in news. It is FAME scheme. Answer in comment box which is the nodal ministry for this scheme. Next is G20 index. So recently during the 15th G20 summit, a new index was proposed for the post-corona world, and this index will be based on 4 pillars, that is talent, technology, transparency and trustship. Now for this year Saudi Arabia is the president of G20, and India, which was supposed to host G20 summit in 2022, will now host in 2023. Italy will be the host for 2021 and Indonesia will be the host for 2022. India will be the host for 2023 and Brazil will be the host for 2024. Next is Vinisha Uma Shankar. So recently Vinisha Uma Shankar from Tamil Nadu was in news. She is a girl in 9th class. Why she was in news? Because she has won Children's Climate Prize under Clean Air category, and she has won this prize for her design of solar ironing cart. So she designed a cart which uses the solar panels to power the steam iron. instead of charcoal. So this solar ironing cart will get the energy from sun instead of charcoals. Next is Shaikh Khaja Hussain. So he was noted Telugu poet. He passed away recently. He was popularly known as Devi Priya. Next is Ananda. So recently LIC launched new digital app Ananda. Ananda stands for Atmanirbhar Agents New Business Digital Application. So it is Atmanirbhar New Business Digital Application. Next is India's first bullet train project. So L&T, that is Larsen and Toubro, got the contract for India's first bullet train project, and it will be between Mumbai to Ahmedabad. Next is International Maritime Organization. So recently our navigation system IRNSS, that is NAVIC, has been recognized by IMO. What is IRNSS? It is Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System. So it was recognized by IMO as a worldwide radio navigation system for the operation in Indian Ocean region. So with this, India became the fourth country in the world to have independent navigation system, which has been recognized by IMO, that is International Maritime Organization. So India is the fourth country to get this recognition. The other three countries are USA, Russia and China. Next is PK Mohanty Group. So this was internal working group which was set up by Reserve Bank of India. Now it submitted its report, and that's why it was in news. Now banking aspirants, please read the recommendations of this internal working group in detail. So this group has recommended guarded entry of corporates into banking, and former RBI Governor Raghuram Rajan has warned against it. Second recommendation is related to conversion of NBFC, that is non-banking finance companies, into banks. So big NBFCs can be converted into banks. Another recommendation was related to hike in promoters' stake and increment in the minimum capital for banks. It also recommended that the payments banks who are willing to convert into small finance bank may be allowed to do so if they have a good track record of experience. Recently, Andhra Pradesh started Aqua Bazaar and Aqua Hub project. So this was launched to increase the fish consumption. World Fisheries Day was celebrated on 21st of November. Now, next topic is 48th International Emmys. So, Indian web series Delhi Crimes has won the best drama series in this 48th International Emmys. So, this was a series on Netflix. In addition to that, Billy Barrett has won the Best Actor Award in this 48th International Emmys. Next is Section 69A of IT Act. So, this was in news because using this section, the government blocked 43 mobile applications including AliExpress, Alipay, Camcard, etc. Next is Atal Academy. So, it stands for AICTE Training and Learning Academy. So, this was in news because recently MOE, that is Ministry of Education, opened 46 such Atal Academy to train teachers for higher education institutions. Next is Umang app. So recently, Ravi Shankar Prasad, the Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, launched the international version of Umang mobile app. This is a mobile app for unified government services. What does that mean? It means all the services provided by the government can be easily accessed through this mobile application. And Umang stands for Unified Mobile Application for New Age Governance. Next is Negative Yield Bond. So that means as an investor, if you are going to purchase these bonds, you will get less money as compared to what you have invested. So these are the instruments that offer to pay the investor a maturity amount lower than the purchase price. Why it was in news recently? Because recently China sold these negative yield debt for the first time and various investors from Europe invested in it. Now why you are going to invest if you will get less money as compared to your original amount? Because right now the situation is of pandemic and therefore people are investing to protect their capital from significant erosion. Next is KC1. So KC1 is the chairperson of ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization. Recently he was given the doctorate. So he was given the Doctor of Science honorary doctorate, and this was given by Visvesvaraya Technical University. Now it is important to note that Sir Visvesvaraya is prominent Indian personality and his birthday is on 15th of September. And on this occasion, the Engineers Day is celebrated in our country. Next is electric vehicles. So to promote electric vehicles in our country, the government is planning to set up electric vehicle charging systems at around 69,000 petrol pumps across the country. For the promotion of electric vehicle, we have FAME scheme. Next is Manta Urban Cooperative Bank. So recently RBI imposed limitations on this bank, and RBI imposed 6 months ban on this bank. Now this bank will not be able to provide new loan without the permission of RBI, and it will not be able to renew the existing loans, plus it will not be able to make any investment. Recently RBI also put limitations on Lakshmi Vilas Bank. Next is International Cherry Blossom Festival. So every year this festival is organized in Shillong. It is the capital of Meghalaya, and this time it was supposed to be 5th edition, but it was cancelled due to COVID-19 pandemic. Next is Gale crater. So this is a crater on Mars. Now Curiosity rover found that there were evidence of floods in this crater on Mars, and this Curiosity rover is from NASA, that is the Space Agency of USA. NASA stands for National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Next is Surbhi Arogya Sala. So it is cow hospital, and this is first cow hospital in Northeast, and it is in Assam. To be specific, it is in the Dibrugarh district of Assam. Recently Assam was also in news as former Chief Minister of Assam, Tarun Gogoi, passed away. 80th All India Presiding Officers Conference. So President of India inaugurated this conference in Kevadia in Gujarat at the Statue of Unity, and this conference will be chaired by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. So President inaugurated it and chairperson is Lok Sabha Speaker. Next is Him Suraksha Abhiyan. Now one more thing, why this conference was organized? This was organized to celebrate Constitution Day, and Constitution Day is celebrated on 26th of November. Why 26th of November? Because on 26th of November in 1949 we adopted Constitution of India, and this became effective from 26th of January in 1950. Next is Him Suraksha Abhiyan. So it was started by Himachal Pradesh government. So idea is to make people aware about COVID-19, and it will also try to spread awareness about different diseases such as TB, blood pressure, leprosy. So it will try to spread awareness about all these diseases. It is an initiative by Himachal Pradesh. Next is University of Lucknow. So Lucknow is in Uttar Pradesh. Recently this university was in news because this year it completes 100 years of establishment. It was established in 1920. And on this occasion, Prime Minister will virtually attend the celebration event, and Prime Minister will also launch a commemorative coin for this event and a postage stamp for this event. And this postage stamp has been issued by India Post. Next is market capitalization. So recently SDFC Bank crossed the market capitalization of 8 trillion. In terms of market capitalization, SDFC is on 3rd position. Reliance is on 1st position with market capitalization of approximately 13 trillion. TCS is on 2nd position with market capitalization of approximately 10 trillion. And SDFC is on 3rd position. Next is Pilbhit Tiger Reserve. So it is in Uttar Pradesh. Recently it was in news because it won the first ever international award TX2. Why this award was given? For doubling the tiger population. TX2 stands for doubling the tiger population. Actually this initiative is a step by WWF, that is Worldwide Fund for Nature, and it was launched at 2010 in St. Petersburg Tiger Summit. So this was launched to increase the tiger population, and under this program the tiger range countries committed to double the number of wild tigers by 2022. That we will try to double the number of tigers by 2022. And recently in this context, Pilbhit Tiger Reserve in Uttar Pradesh won the award because it has already doubled the number of tigers. In 2014 it had only 25 tigers. Now in 2018 it had 65. Next is Reinvest 2020. So Prime Minister will inaugurate this, and this is going to be the 3rd summit. Now what is the full form of Reinvest? Reinvest stands for Renewable Energy Investment Meeting and Expo. So it is a summit organized by MCQs, MNRE. What is MNRE? It is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And the theme for this year's Reinvest Summit is Innovations for Sustainable Energy Transition. So the theme is Innovations for Sustainable Energy Transition. Next is Pangda village. So recently this village was in news because it is a border village which has been set up by China, and it is set up in the territory which is disputed between Bhutan and China, and that's why it was in news. Next is progress report on National Nutrition Mission. So this is Poshan Abhiyan. Recently Niti Aayog released a progress report on the National Nutrition Mission. Now this is your homework. Please read about Poshan Abhiyan and please read about the key points of this progress report on National Nutrition Mission which has been released by Niti Aayog. Next is India's official entry for Oscars. So Jallikattu is India's official entry for Oscars in the foreign language category film. In the foreign language film category. And this Jallikattu is a Malayalam film. Next is Vijay Kumar Sinha. So recently he was elected as the Speaker of Bihar Assembly. And he is from BJP, that is Bharatiya Janata Party. And for the first time, BJP got Speaker in Bihar. Pro-tem Speaker was Jitan Manchi. Now answer in comment box what is the difference between Pro-tem Speaker and Speaker. Next is Nobel Peace Prize 2021. So recently, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, these two were nominated for Nobel Peace Prize 2021 for their efforts to normalize ties between the two countries. Next is Shukriyan mission. So it is a mission for Venus. Venus is described as Earth's twin, and this is a mission by ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization. Next is 2020 Afghanistan Conference. So recently this conference was organized, and from Indian side, Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar participated. And this was organized by UN, Government of Afghanistan and Government of Finland. And the theme of this conference was peace, prosperity and self-reliance. And India announced more than 100 projects worth $80 million for Afghanistan. Kripal Singh. So recently Prime Minister released a book on the life of Guru Nanak Dev. Guru Nanak Dev is the founder of Sikhism, and this book has been authored by Kripal Singh. Next is EVIN, that is Electronic Vaccine Intelligence Network. So it is a system to digitize the vaccine system in our country and to monitor the temperature of the cold chain where the vaccines are to be stored. Now why this EVIN system was in use? Because government is going to use this EVIN to identify the primary beneficiaries for the distribution of COVID-19 vaccine. And for this purpose, EVIN has collaborated with UNDP, that is United Nations Development Program. Next is Dwar Dwar, Paschim Banga Sarkar and Karmai Dharma. So these are two schemes announced by West Bengal government. Dwar Dwar, Paschim Banga Sarkar means Paschim Bengal government, that means West Bengal government at your doorstep. So it is government at your doorstep. So this is for grievance redressal. And Karmai Dharma stands for work is worship. Karma stands for work. So work is worship, and this initiative has been started by West Bengal government to provide motorbike to the youth so that they can do business. That means they can start small scale business and they can work on it. Next is Department of Telecommunications. So recently Department of Telecommunications was in news as it followed TRAI recommendation. What is TRAI? It is Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. So now following the recommendations of TRAI, this issued, that means Department of Telecommunications issued a notification that the landline users will now need to use 0 as prefix. So prefix means whatever number you are going to dial from your landline, you will have to use 0. So if you want to dial any mobile number from your landline, just use the prefix 0. And this will be applicable in the entire country from 15th of January of 2021. Please note that there will be no change in dialing plan from landline to landline or from mobile to landline or from mobile to mobile. Next is PM Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. So it is a insurance scheme and it has been launched by IPPB, that is India Post Payment Bank. And for that purpose, it has collaborated with PNB, MetLife India insurance. Next is Garima Grah. So recently, Union Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment, Thawar Chand Gehlot, launched this Garima Grah, that is a shelter home, and this is a shelter home for transgenders, and this is in Vadodara in Gujarat. Apart from that, the minister also virtually launched National Portal for Transgender Persons. Next is Muthoot Gold Shield. So it is a new insurance scheme announced by the Muthoot Finance, and for this it has collaborated with Bajaj Allianz General Insurance Company. Now this is an insurance scheme for gold. That means this is a scheme for gold jewelry insurance. Next is Dr. Gaurav Sharma. So recently he was in news as he took oath in Sanskrit. He is a member of parliament in New Zealand, and therefore he became the first Indian origin parliamentarian to take oath in the Sanskrit language on foreign land. Next is Haveri Railway Station. So this railway station is in Karnataka. Recently, Karnataka government issued notification that it will be renamed as Mahadeva Melara Railway Station. Mahadeva Melara is popularly known as Bhagat Singh of Karnataka. Next is Phul Shungi. So this is a Bhojpuri novel, and it is a novel by Pandey Kapil, and now it will be translated into English, and it will be translated by Gautam Chobe. Now what is so special about it? So this is going to be the first Bhojpuri novel to be translated into English. Next is National Science Film Festival. So the 10th edition of National Science Film Festival started recently, and this was jointly organized by Vigyan Prasar and by the Tripura government. Vigyan Prasar is an autonomous institute under DST, that is Department of Science and Technology. Next is Archery Association of India. So recently this was recognized by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So now it is recognized as National Sports Federation. Previously its recognition was withdrawn because it failed to conduct the fair elections, and that's why the ministry de-recognized it, and now it has been recognized again, and this will be valid for 1 year. That means this recognition is valid for 1 year. Next is SDG Investor Map for India. So SDG Finance Facility Platform at UNDP in partnership with Invest India has launched this SDG Investor Map for India. SDG stands for Sustainable Development Goals. Total 17 Sustainable Development Goals are there. Next is Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. So this fund has been announced by United Nations. Next is Varunastra. So recently DRDO flagged off Varunastra, and it is a torpedo. So it is a heavyweight torpedo. Next is IIM Shillong and FLO. So recently FLO, that is FICCI Ladies Organization, collaborated with IIM Shillong to mentor the women entrepreneurs. What is FLO? It is FICCI Ladies Organization. What is FICCI? It is Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And last news is related to desalination plants. So recently Maharashtra government announced desalination plant in Mumbai, and it became the 4th state in our country to do so. What is the meaning of this term desalination plant? It means removing salt from water. So removing excess salt from the water so that it can become normal water for human consumption. And usually the process that is used is reverse osmosis. Lieutenant General Harpal Singh. So the DG of BRO. DG stands for Director General, BRO stands for Border Roads Organization. So DG of BRO, Lieutenant General Harpal Singh, has now been appointed as Engineer in Chief of Indian Army. Next is Roche Mark Christian Cobre. So recently he won the 2nd presidential term in Burkina Faso. It is an African country, and the name of his political party is People's Movement for Progress. Answer in comment box which political leader is associated to NLD, that is National League of Democracy. This is a party of Myanmar. Next is Scotland. So recently Scotland became the first nation to provide sanitary pads for free. Now in this context, one term was in use, and it is period poverty. So this term refers to a phenomena where people do not have adequate resources to buy products such as pads to manage the menstrual bleeding. Next is Swarnim Vijay Verse Cyclothon. So Indian Army has launched a cycling expedition. So it is an initiative by Indian Army. What is an initiative, it is a cycling expedition. It has been launched by the Konark Corps of Indian Army. Now, why it was launched? It was launched to commemorate the Golden Jubilee celebrations of 1971 Indo-Pak War. And to commemorate this, a 1971 kilometer cycling expedition has been announced by the Konark Corps of Indian Army. And it is in, that means the cycling expedition is launched in Gujarat and in Rajasthan. So it was flagged off from Gujarat near Kutch. It is important to note that 3rd of December will mark the commencement of 50th year of Indo-Pak War. And because of this war, Bangladesh became the separate country. And next year, Bangladesh is going to celebrate 50 years of its independence. Next is Song Dam project. So recently, government approved the fund allocation for this Song Dam project. It is in Uttarakhand and it is a water project in Dehradun of Uttarakhand. The idea is to provide drinking water facility in the city of Uttarakhand. And this will also help in the revival of river Rispana. So this river Rispana is a tributary of river Son. And Son is a tributary of river Ganga. Next is Pragati. So it is a platform. And the full form of Pragati is proactive governance and timely implementation. So it is a platform through which the central government, that means Prime Minister, can monitor different projects, different infrastructure projects of our country. And recently, Prime Minister chaired 33rd meeting of this Pragati initiative. So in simplest term, PMO, Union Government Secretaries and State Government Secretaries interact through this platform via video conferencing. So this is a 3-tier structure. PMO is Prime Minister's Office, Union Government Secretaries, that means Central Government Secretaries and State Government Secretaries. Next is SMS Pay. So recently, Yes Bank launched SMS Pay functionality for POS terminals. POS stands for points of sale. And for this, Yes Bank collaborated with Worldline. So this will allow merchants to accept the payment from their customers without any contact. Next is Razorpay X corporate cards. So recently, Razorpay in association with Visa launched these corporate cards for Indian entrepreneurs. Next is SDFC and ICCI. So recently, SDFC Bank collaborated with ICCI to support small and medium enterprises and to support startups. What is ICCI? It is Inventipreneur Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Next is Fakir Chand Kohli. So the founder of TCS, that is Tata Consultancy Services, Fakir Chand Kohli, passed away recently. Popularly, he is known as father of Indian IT industry. What is IT? It is information technology. Next is Lok Virasat. So film division will organize this Lok Virasat. Lok Virasat is a festival of films on folk art and on paintings. And this film division is related to INB Ministry, that is Information and Broadcasting Ministry. And this Information and Broadcasting Ministry was in news as it is going to regulate OTT platforms. Next is FIFA's latest ranking. So as per the recent ranking, Belgium is on top position, France is on second position, and Brazil is on third position. India is on 104th position. Next is Leh Indian Air Force Station. So recently it was in news because it got the solar power project. And this is the largest solar power project in Ladakh. So Ladakh is now a union territory. Now one more thing. Recently, Leh was also in news because SpiceJet started freight services for Leh. And this is for the first time a civil airlines has started a dedicated freight services to Leh. Next is Remdesivir. So Remdesivir is antiviral drug. Why it was in news? Because recently our Foreign Secretary Harsh Vardhan Shringla gifted 2000 vials of Remdesivir to Nepal. Our Foreign Secretary is Harsh Vardhan Shringla and Foreign Secretary of Nepal is Bharat Raj Podyal. A movie, it is named as Shameless. So it has been selected as India's official entry at 93rd Academy Awards in the live action short film category. Malayalam film Jallikattu is India's official entry for Best International Feature Film category. So Jallikattu is a Malayalam film. Next is Boring and Lady Curzon Medical College. So this college is in Bengaluru and it was in news because it has been renamed after former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Next is Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. So he was social reformer. Recently he was in news because of his 130th death anniversary on 28th of November. Next is Swasthya Sathi. So this is a scheme by West Bengal government. It is related to health. Recently it was in news because West Bengal government decided to expand the coverage of this scheme. Now the entire population of state of West Bengal will be covered under this Swasthya Sathi health scheme of government. Next is Hasyan coal plant. So it is in UAE and UAE is set to become the first Arab nation to generate electricity from coal. So this is a coal plant. It is in UAE and to be specific, it is in Dubai. It is important to note that mostly the Gulf countries fulfill their electricity requirement from gas-based power plant. Why so? Because the area is rich in oil and natural gas, so they extract and use that, and this is why the coal plants are not so popular. Now UAE is going to be the first country to get electricity from coal plant. Next is Hetero. So recently this company was in news. It is a pharmaceutical company and it was in news because Russia's COVID-19 vaccine Sputnik will be produced in India by this pharmaceutical company Hetero. Next is Jagannath Thodu. So it is a scheme by state government of Andhra Pradesh. It is a scheme to provide interest-free loan up to 10,000. So it is similar to PM Swanidhi scheme. PM Swanidhi is a central government scheme to provide loan to the street vendors. So this Jagannath Thodu is on similar lines, but it has been started by the state government. Next is GRID, that is Grassroots Innovation Database. So recently UNDP Accelerator Lab started this initiative and this is a first of its kind initiative in our country. What is the objective of this initiative? Objective is to promote inclusive development and growth at community level. Now what is the meaning of this term inclusive? So inclusive development means growth and development of each and every person. Next is Prayagraj Express. So recently this was in news because it became the fastest train operated by Indian Railways and it clocked the speed of 130 km per hour. Next is Sadiq Al-Mahdi. So he was the Prime Minister of Sudan and he was the last democratically elected Prime Minister of Sudan. So the former Prime Minister Sadiq Al-Mahdi passed away. Next is Ali Jakar. So he was well-known actor of Bangladesh and he was a liberation war fighter. Liberation war refers to the 1971 war which led to the separation of Bangladesh from Pakistan. And last is quarantine. So quarantine has been named as the Cambridge Dictionary's word of the year. In case of Collins, it was lockdown. Lockdown was the word of year for Collins Dictionary and quarantine is the word of year for Cambridge Dictionary. So these were the most important events. Thank you and that's all for